Good morning. I am here. Alive and well. For a Thursday, anyhow. I'm alive. Good news. The daughter comes back today. She's been, she met Cedar Point in Ohio for the last 4 days. 3-4 days, something like that. And she finally comes home today. She's excited. We're excited. And then next month, we're going on our big Chicago trip. So we're excited about that. A lot of good things happening. A lot of good things. So anyhow, how are you guys? How's life been? How's everything going? How is everyone? 69 biddies from the free. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Everything's back to the way it was. Well, I'm gonna take my time and I'm gonna I'm gonna start a whole new OBS project and yeah. But I'll have this one at all times just in case that one fucks up. So we shouldn't have any more issues like that. But I tried to do too much. Tried to do way too much. And yeah. If everything fucked up. Someday though, I have a vision for what I want this to turn into, and I'm trying to turn it into that, but it just the technology can't keep up with me. That's the problem. Life's good besides looking at Twitter. Any AR enthusiasts? Broken OBS? No, I broke it. I tried to do too many things. I tried to add too many things. I'm trying to have too many things going on. I'm trying to do like one last ditch effort to bring this thing back to its glory days. And I have an idea. Seems like everyone has ADD nowadays and you have to have a million fucking things on your screen. Otherwise people are like, this is boring. I'm out of here. So I have ideas for a bunch of things to kind of keep people occupied and entertained to keep them around a little bit longer. But it wasn't OBS. It was me. I'm doing too much, too fast, too quickly, and it can't keep up with me. Story of my life though. Story of my life. I'm sure you have some AR enthusiasts in here. Tell us what's on your mind. The main reason we're doing this today is because number one, I'm just not feeling games right now. I haven't this whole like, I don't know, this whole month, I haven't really been feeling games at all. I try to in the evening, try to play games for a while. It lasts maybe a half hour, 40 minutes, and I'm just bored out of my mind. So I end up doing other things, but tis the summer. That's just kind of how it is. And it's boring playing by yourself. Especially in the evening. Especially in the evening when I'm having a couple beers and I'm playing games, like I'd rather be playing and laughing with people. So it gets really boring. So anywho, I haven't really been playing games often, but I'm still keeping up with the news. I'm still keeping up with what's going on. Seems like every day it's Grand Theft Auto 6, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I don't care about Grand Theft Auto. But my question to you guys is, I know a lot of you guys do care about Grand Theft Auto to the point where I think some of you guys are actually going from PC back to console to play the game. Not here to judge. That's your thing. My question to you is, how many people have it pre-ordered? Because I think pre-orders went up like a week ago, right? Shortly after the Xbox thing. So has anybody pre-ordered it? Is anybody like going to be like day one, I got to have it? Or is it going to be I'll pick it up sometime during the week, I'll pick it up. Or are you guys the ones that are going to play it in the fall? Are you guys pre-ordering that shit right now? Looking to buy an AR. Plan is to have fun with it, but also something versatile enough for home defense. I mean, you can do both. Put a scope on that bitch. Take it to the range. Have a good time with it. When you take it home, it's the same thing. You just don't have to look down the scope. Can't that bitch? Can it? And I'm telling you, man, if you have a home invader, you don't even have to hit the son of a bitch. You fire that fucker off at them, they're turning around, they're booking out of town. Now a shotgun, if you aim it in their direction, they're probably going to take a pellet or 3. But I would just say build the AR the way you want for fun, because you're going to use it a lot more in the fun capacity than you will in a protecting your home capacity. Hi, hello. Hola. I'm not buying another console. I have pre-ordered COD and Gears. Yeah, I'm not buying another console either. I'm really interested in the Steam Machine though. The Steam Machine it interests me a lot because I love emulators, and I think that would be a great emulation machine. If I had one, the first thing I would do is I would wipe the Steam OS off there, and I'd put Batocera on there, and I would just load that bitch up with ROMs, and I would have that connected to my TV, and that would be our emulation gaming computer. I would love it. Absolutely love it. But still no prices on it. It's supposed to come out probably August. They say summer. So, I mean, that can go as far as, mid-September. So we'll see. We'll see. We know it's coming out this summer. Unless things change. But right now, that's where it's at. Manic, I have not pre-ordered shit. There's really no games that are coming out that I'm 100% sure going to play that require a pre-order. Gears of War is going to be on Xbox and Xbox app for PC. So we'll just say Game Pass. Gears is going to be Game Pass. All the games that are coming now and through the end of next year, mid next year, are all on Game Pass. So as long as I keep Game Pass, I'm good there. I'm still on the fence about COD. It'll probably be one of those things where I wait until like the day of and then I pick it up, depending on how well things are going. I'm not entirely sold on this new DMZ shit. There's really nothing's been told. I mean, they have a page. If you want to go read through it, it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. If you want to go read through it, you can. There's this long thing about what they're changing, what they're doing. But I want to see things in motion. I don't know. So we still haven't really seen enough for me to be excited about DMZ. I'm excited that it's coming back. That's cool and everything, but I don't know. Again, the news that I hear, things that I read, they got a lot of their ideas from Arc Raiders. That I'm pumping the brakes at this point. Like, no, not Arc Raiders, dude. Arc Raiders like the least, like the bottom least. They barely met the criteria to become an extraction game. I don't know. So I'm not sold on it yet. We'll see. Maybe if they show us more, or show us any type of fucking gameplay, I'd be a little more incentivized to pre-order it. But I'm totally judging. If you're actively buying a console to play it, no way less judgy if you're just dusting off the old one. If the people that are complaining about the prices of PC gaming and the prices of it are going to buy like the PS4 and the Xbox One guys, they're mad that they got left behind. And they're like, well, we can't afford it. And then like, well, I'm buying a Series X for GTA 6. It's like, okay, so you had the money all along. It just took a company to basically blackmail you until you were ready to come up off that money. I don't know, man. So crazy to me. My shotgun will be my first home defense, then my pistol, then AR if the army is still standing. If you got a shotgun, you don't need anything else, bro. Build the AR the way you want to. The AR is only if they get away. If they get out of the house and you still want to put them down while they're running around, which I know is highly illegal, but that's when the AR comes into play. It's my Friday, happy Friday. That's right, wife. She has tomorrow off. Daughter comes home today. She has the wife has the day off tomorrow, which is a great 3-day weekend. Any AR-15 will do for what you need. Just make sure the receiver is not plastic. I would learn to shoot iron sights first, then move up to the optic. Right. Grabbing whatever I can to get my hands on first, which is probably the handgun. Ready. You. I have Modern Warfare 4 pre-order. That's it. I'm waiting on GTA 6 for PC. Yeah. If I'm still streaming at that point, then I might buy it for PC just to play through for you guys. But I don't know. We don't even know. They haven't even said anything about the PC version. If they were even going to release the motherfucker, who knows? I think they will. I think it'll be probably a minimum of a year after the fact, but I don't know. I'm waiting for the beta, and I'm hoping there's a DMZ preview, or I'm going to wait till after it drops. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't think there's going to be a DMZ. I think it's just going to be all multiplayer like they normally do with the betas. I'm hoping this year they finally get off the whole PlayStation gets the beta for one weekend first and then everybody else gets it the next weekend. Now that, I mean, Microsoft owns the fucking thing, they should just cut that bullshit and just let's flip it, man. Let's give Xbox and PC gamers the first weekend. Fuck them PlayStation kids. Heading into my pedicure. Have a good day, everyone. Yeah, she's currently on the clock too, by the way. It's good to be the king. As a note, BD, I use the Xbox PC app to download DMZ. Separate download and work first time. I got it. I downloaded it on Steam. The whole thing. I had to download the whole fucking thing. I spent 2 days benchmark. I never even got into DMZ. I went into the multiplayer so I can run benchmarks with my settings. And that game is, I don't know what it is, dude. It's so weird. It's 4 years old now. Almost 4 years old. And I was running it on a 3060 Ti, ran beautifully. Beautifully. I'm now on a 5070, considerable upgrade from what I was running before. And I just cannot get this fucking game. The micro stutters, dude. The game looks and runs great, but then there's these little stutters and it drops down to like 30 frames. I'm like, I don't know. After fighting with it for 2 days, I said, fuck it, and I'm out again. So I don't know. I think it's trying to tell me something. It's trying to tell me, bro, it's over. It's over, man. I am too, but I have enough games to keep me busy until it drops on PC. I want to play it more than 30 frames. Yeah, I know, that's the thing. Well, you never know, dude. I mean, the PlayStation Pro might get 40 frames. Grabbing my suppressed SBR and telling Amazon to play Welcome to the Jungle. Yeah, pretty sure the PS earlier access is gone. They had a contract with PlayStation that they had to honor. Yeah. I always thought that was bullshit. Always thought it was bullshit that they got that. Free, they got free skins and they got exclusive shit, and it's like, come on. I'm late saying I downloaded a base game and DMZ, that's it. I was helping a customer, but I'm not mad about being left behind. I chose to play console and don't care to play 30 to 60 frames. Right. And that's fine. I mean, again, Penguin, it's, if you've never seen, you don't have anything to base it on. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no, at this point, I would recommend maybe you don't ever play anything on PC because it'll completely change you, bro. It'll completely, you'll be begging for that. You'll go back and you'll like look at that Xbox and be like, dude, I'm so shamed that I own you. It's not that bad. I'm kidding. What caliber are for AR? All the pro-con lists I've read all say something different. I was thinking 5.56 NATO, then someone others and lists 300 black is a fun round too, since it can be quieter and less wearing at the range. It can, but I think it's way more expensive, isn't it? The 300. So that's another thing that you want to keep in mind. Kind of like when you go out and buy a new vehicle. The big trucks and the big Suburbans, the big SUVs, they're fun. They're fun, but once the first time you go to that gas pump, you're like, I don't know if I should have done this. I just love to game. That's the bottom line. No, I understand. I used to too. I used to have that. I wish I still had that. Like the last month, I've just I forced myself to play games, and even then, I'm just like, what am I doing? I don't know, man. I don't know. I have an idea what's going on, but I don't know. I don't want to accept it. I saw RDR2 in 100 plus frames, and I was like, time to switch, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, brother. Yeah. Get my money's worth around here. Yeah. A 185 stream streak for this guy. Holy fuck. Attaboy. Attaboy. Yeah, 5.56 at local stores were like 35.60 per round, and the 300 block was like 90. Yeah, almost double, triple sometimes. Smokey's working at the Beatdown Incorporated company that many streams streak. Best cardio I ever made was buying a 2500 Ram with a Hemi back in 09 when gas was almost $5 a gallon. No one wanted it. That's why I keep the company I choose, and everyone around me loves to game and all that talk about this and that, etc. None of us have to game slump. Yeah. So, an interesting fact. I've been kind of like half complaining, but more just kind of like putting the facts out there. I feel like games aren't built for me anymore. I've been saying this for a while. I get it. You know, you have to kind of like stick to your audience. But then the more I read, the more I feel like the audience that they should be looking at is us. We're the ones with the money. We're the ones that have the spare time. I never really understood that. So I came across this article from Destructoid. I don't know if you trust them or not. This is more of it's an opinion piece, so I guess it doesn't really matter if you trust them or not. These are some stats from ESA's 2026 Essential Facts About the U.S. Video Game Industry Study. I don't know who put this on, whatever. It's all about the demographics. All of the 212 million people playing games in America. 212 million people are playing video games in America. The data shows the average American gamer is how old? How old do you think the average American gamer is? We're gonna go through a couple different facts here. And I'm gonna stick to my guns about how, yeah, you've already read it. Good job, Ink. Good job. So we're gonna talk about like what I think is wrong in the industry. I'm gonna stick to my guns about how I feel. I still feel the same way. Yeah, I have a feeling you and we probably read the same editorials every day. We're the same person. Ink and Skin is correct. 37. 37 is the average American gamer. That's the age. That 37, right? We're pushing 40 years old. So we're still talking. There's a lot of 80s babies out there that are still gaming. It is very interesting. We'll go down a little further here. We're gonna look at some other things here. I wish I could blow this up a little bit better. I'm not going to get into that. Okay, so while the average gamer is pushing 40, the most dedicated and hardcore players are way younger, with 84%. So 84% of all kids age 5. That's crazy. From 5 to 17. So we're talking minors, okay? 84% of children under the age of 18 play video games, compared to 63% of adults age 18 to 90. But that's a way bigger. That's, if they cut that down to 70, I mean, I know we still have our 80, 90 gamers, but I think that would be a much higher percentage if you cut that down to 70. But either way, that's still damn good number there. Between 18 and 90, 63% of adults play video games. That's fucking wild, man. But with those kids, many of their parents are playing with them. The study says that 75% of parents play video games, and 81% of those have played video games with their children, helping form bonds that could create a hobby and memories that last a lifetime. So the younger kids, yeah, a majority of them are playing with their parents or playing something at some effect, but it's cool to see that there's numbers of how many parents actually play games with their kids. So when I was a kid, when ADD was first starting to be a thing, they're starting to recognize it. One of the most dangerous things that could that happened to me is our parents, for my generation, the TV was a babysitter, right? You park your kids in front of the TV, they babysit your kid, you go off and you clean house or do whatever you got to do. I'm glad I didn't really do that with my kids. I actually sat down with them. We played games, we watched shows together, we did that kind of stuff. I probably gave them too much technology too fast, but I think a lot of parents did that. So now we're where we are now in the world. But either way, I played the games with my kids a lot. You guys even hear me tell you stories of I used to play that game with my kid. I played this game. Yeah, we played a lot of stuff together, and sometimes we still do. But we're all adults now, so it's hard to nail down a time to play. So lots of people are playing games, but why? 66% of players say it's to have fun, pass the time, and relax, while just 32% say it's to use their brains or keep their minds sharp. That's interesting. That's probably the older generation, right? Because the younger kids, they don't need to keep their mind sharp. They already have a sharp tongue. I would assume that's probably the older people. And I'm starting to gradually get into that category as well. I do go back from time to time. I told you guys I fired up Outrun 2009 or something like that the other day while the wife was playing her game, and I'm over here playing just to make sure I still had it. And I do. It's just like riding a bike. You know, first round was a little tough. Second one was a little better. Third one, perfect run. So I agree with that. I think that's fantastic. And then 70% of players 18 and older say it can help bring different types of people together, which is key for me personally. Okay, so I see that. Yeah, I mean, but that's the way it's always been. You can jump online and play Call of Duty or whatever, and you would be on there with old guys. I mean, I remember in PUBG the first time I ran into an older guy, and I was like, "This is cool," you know, like, and he was fairly good, fairly good. Well, good for you, man. I think when the Wii came out and you saw all these pictures of older people and they were showing up in retirement homes and stuff like that, it kept them active. It got them up and moving, having a good time. It gave a social aspect to it. I think that's when we started to realize and started to see that gaming wasn't just for younger people anymore. Older people were enjoying it as well. And that kind of put a spotlight on gaming for all ages. So I just, for the last 10 years, it seems like gaming has been more for the younger generation, 18 to 25, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe early 30s, somewhere in and it's not really for me anymore. I feel like these games are just getting weird, going off someplace else. So all these things that I read about where the money is, where the games are being designed, it kind of leads into what's going on right now with all these studio closures, and companies are trying to reevaluate, and it's crazy. We realized that our kids were very susceptible to microtransactions. I mean, Battlefield 2 and 2017 showed us that you know, they had to revamp their entire microtransaction system because too many kids were getting sucked into it. Same thing with Fortnite. They did this big lawsuit, and then people are getting their money back because their kids were using their cards while they're at work to get these V-Bucks, and then they try to get a refund and they wouldn't be able to get a refund. And it was a predatory practice that Epic was doing to try to get those kids. So the younger generations, they have money as long as they have access to their mom and dad's bank account. But what about us, man? Why aren't they making games for us anymore? I'm hoping that the industry changes. Asha, God bless you. I still think that she's in there for nefarious reasons. I still think that she has absolutely no call to what's going on because she's going down with the ship. But if there is a chance that she is there to change things around and she is going to last and she is going to turn the ship around and bring it back into port, I would love to see them dedicate a couple studios to building games for our generation. Give us what we want. For the love of God. I went from spending several hundreds of dollars a year on games to maybe buying one or two a year. Now, Game Pass kind of helps me because I don't have to buy games as often anymore. So you can throw that in the equation as well. But I don't buy games like I used to. And I've been kind of in a rut. I get in ruts every once in a while. You know, there's nothing out, waiting for this, waiting for that. I've been in one of the longest ruts that I've been in like a long time. I've either completed everything, played everything, beat everything, and the new games coming out are just subpar, broken. I mean, that's another part of it. I think a lot of you guys can agree with is that most of our big games that we're looking for to come out, when they come out, they're broken as fuck. And it's, oh, we're going to work on this, guys. And then a month or two later, they finally get the patch out there that fixes things. And by then, it's like, I don't really feel like playing your game anymore. It's tough, man. Play games with my kids all the time. The 3-year-old is showing interest, so it won't be long for him to get a controller. So much time spent playing games with my son. Good memories. Yes. Yeah, absolutely, man. I was going through some files the other day. I was trying to clean up some of my hard drives. And I found an old clip where me and my son, we were playing Black Ops, original Black Ops from 2010. Him and I were playing together, and I think my brother was in there as well. My brother was really good too. Him and I we were fucking terrors in the Halo days. But he was playing with us as well, and we were. And my son was just tearing shit up, dude, just tearing the leaderboards up, man. It was great. It was great. So it was nice going through that again and just remembering the good old days. And yeah, Penguin's like, holy shit, your kid was playing with you in 2010. Yeah, back when he liked me. Your puzzle games, puzzle games are great. My grandma, again, yeah, she did a lot of puzzles. She loved them. She got me into puzzles and things like that. She'd always send me like these encrypted messages that I had to like figure out the key. I had to figure out the key to unlock the message, and she was crazy like that, man. Always doing the things to keep her mind sharp, and she was fucking 90 years old. She was sharp as a tack, man. Like me, you'd mention something or she sees something and she's like, oh, that reminds me. And she'd tell me a story from 60 years ago. I'm the same way. I just little triggers, man. I could sit there and I could talk to you about it. Just triggers a memory, and that's it. We just run with it. Very similar in that regard. Geriatric Leisure Suit Larry, Winding Blossoms Nursing Home Edition. Goal is to not break a hip. Good luck with that. I'm so tired of half-assed releases. Delay and finish the damn game. Probably the biggest downfall of the digital lifestyle in online games. We talk about that all the time. It's just, everything is fucking broken nowadays. I play with the Miss, dad, mom, sister, brother-in-law, 3 cousins, uncle. That's cool, man. There's really nobody in my family that does. My wife's side of the family, Big Al Mac used to play games. I think he doesn't play anymore. I think he's done. He told the wife the other day he doesn't want to play anymore. So he's out. He's out of that life. He's onto something else now. But like, she has a cousin that I kind of know, and he does a lot of gaming. He was talking to me about doing a podcast that didn't really go very far. But like my side of the family, I really don't have anybody who plays games. So I'm glad you have that. My kids play games. My boys do. My daughter doesn't play games anymore. She doesn't care. But they're on different shifts and they play different games. And so I'm kind of by myself, really. I think the wife and I are going to start playing some couch co-op games together. So, all on consoles? Good question, Smoke. I used to play games with my brother, but he stopped playing after COVID. Got it, yeah. Dude, it seemed like everybody we played with at some point had a brother. Everyone had a brother that would play with us. Joey's cousin would join us. Little Hog's brother, Coasty Hog, I think his name was. He would join in from games. It seemed like everybody in the chat had a brother that they played games with. My brother, I used to play games with my brothers, but those days are long gone. Long gone. My brother was actually really good. He ended up buying into some company and having a kid and moving away, and we very rarely see him or even hear from him anymore. So yeah, it's all weird. Yes, all Xbox. Also, why is it hard to get a PC? I can't leave my family behind. Somebody, at the end of the day, Penguin, somebody has to be the trailblazer. Somebody has to lead the way. Someone has to be the leader. Someone has to make the first move and show the rest of the family this is the way. I have faith that it'll be you at some point. I do. Especially knowing how much money you spend on mobile gaming a month. If you gave up mobile gaming for 1 year, bro, 1 year, you'd have a nice machine. Anyhow, I thought that was just interesting that I always thought the average gamer age was like 25, 26 years old. I figure that most people played games up until when they had a family. I know that the younger generations, they're not really doing that as much. They're not really settling down. They're not really even in relationships, it seems like. So I figured the number would come up a little bit, but 37, that's pretty insane. Because I think this is kind of how it is for me. Like I gamed a lot when I was a kid, from 5 years old all the way up to now still. But when I started having kids, it was all about work. I was busting 60 hours a week, and I had to go home and spend time with my kid. And gaming was a luxury of time that I didn't necessarily have. I still game, don't get me wrong. I did give up a lot of nights of sleep to continue to game. but it wasn't as much as it was when I was younger than that. And now as the kids start getting older and they're out of school and they need us less and less and less, yeah, I started getting back into gaming, and PUBG was kind of like the one game that came around when at a time where most of my kids were either graduated, moved out, or just didn't really want to have anything to do with me, So PUBG grabbed me, and that's where I went. And I had hundreds of hours in that game. So here we are again. Fast forward a few years. Our last kid is about to graduate school and go off on her own. The wife and I were really wanting to get out of here, start fresh, someplace new. So I have all the time in the world. We have money, we have time. The problem is the games just aren't there anymore. So now I'm ready to game again. I'm ready to get serious about gaming again, but the industry is like, sorry. We don't have anything for you today. Sorry. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. So me and my money, we go elsewhere. We take it and we go do other things with it. So I think that the industry is losing a shit ton of money with my age group and higher because they're not making things for us anymore. Yeah. So we're gonna move on to some other things here as well, but I don't bet against you. Eventually is the goal. Yes. That's actually probably a big part. 40-year-old has more free time to game than 22-year-old that has school, work, and career moves. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'll agree with that. I have an argument, but it's I don't want to bring that to the forefront. So we'll leave that alone. I will agree with that statement. Your money is power, though. You have power. I mean, power for what? Power for what, though? What do you mean? That all makes sense. Are you going back to that old adage to show them a lesson with your wallet? Is that what you're getting? Is that what you're getting into? Is that you have money, but if you don't spend it on them, then they're going to miss it and they might change their ways. They're not. If that's what you're getting at, I've been sitting on my money for years, and they're still not making games for me. I've been utilizing my wallet to try to by not buying things so that they will build better things, but they don't. It's almost like they're stuck in this thought process that, again, games are for the younger generation. So no matter what happens, no matter what fresh ideas, fresh stories, fresh talent comes into these studios, they're still focused on, we got to build a game for the 5 to 18-year-old. Again, they don't have the money. So I think one of these studios, somebody somewhere needs to have an epiphany and go, wait a second, guys. We need to be building games for the people that have the money and the time to play them, the 37 and plus. We'll still make some games, or we'll just keep doing these live service games for the kids. We'll give them their games, but we need to start building these bigger, better games of yesteryear with modern graphics and modern things for the people that can buy our game. I think a lot of people my age are doing exactly that, and not buying shit to teach them a lesson. No one cares. But anyhow, I'd be interested to see the numbers by decade under 20 versus 20, 30, 30, 40, etc. Bet 20 to 30 is one of the lowest of money makers. We already know that generation is having the hardest time with making money in the first place, in the cost of living. Mathematically, I don't understand how they could, number one, live on their own. I mean, that seems to be a big problem right now, because people just don't move out anymore because they can't afford, or other reasons. It's not as easy as it was, I guess, for previous generations. The money for anything other than just making it through the day is just not there for them to be buying games like that. I'll take the 3 studios that shut down. We didn't buy their games, so they shut down. Well, here's another thing is I see that Game Pass is being blamed for a lot of this, but I don't know. It's I don't. Game Pass is still a good value, and whatever way that they work it out with these companies, you can't blame them because you got to remember a lot of these companies they were going to be left behind anyhow. They're going to release their game on Steam and be buried with all these other games that come out. Like 1,500 games a month come out on Steam. Like that's fucking stupid, man. That means that every guy that has a computer that has any type of interaction with Unreal Engine 5 can just make some garbage and throw it out there. So Game Pass is really for the indie studios, I feel, to try to help them get their face out there, get the name out there, get the play out there, so then people go and buy it elsewhere. Now, the 3 studios that you're referring to, South by Midnight or whatever, I thought those numbers were pretty solid. I thought that people were buying that game because it wasn't a bad game. It wasn't really my type of game. It just wasn't a bad game. The other one, Ninja Studios, is that what you're referring to? I'm assuming they're one of the 3, right? Ninja Studios has been giving us games forever. Senua Hellblade 2, didn't that win awards last year or 2 years ago or something like that? The game was gorgeous. It was amazing, beautiful, and it was better than in the first one. And there was replayability, and it had a great storyline. And I don't know. I thought people were buying it, so I don't know. I thought they were getting shut down because Microsoft is getting mad because they're losing the Xbox franchise. The arm of Microsoft is gangrene, and they got to cut it off. It's just hemorrhaging them money. So they got to start getting rid of studios. They're not going to get rid of Activision. They're not going to get rid of any of the studios that make their big AAA games. So they have to start making cuts. Double Fine, that was the other company that you were talking about when the last game. Double Fine's been making fantastic games for 25 years now. They're not huge. They're niche games, but they're still games that people look for and are still coveted. So I still understand. I don't go out of those 3 studios. I don't see any that produced garbage that needs to go away. So I don't know. Now, and we do the same thing with Call of Duty. Like this past year was the worst Call of Duty probably in the history of Call of Duty, except for Call of Duty 3, maybe. Call of Duty 3 was pretty bad. But I almost killed the franchise. But I think last year's was like one of the worst, right? And people weren't buying it and things like that. What are they doing? They're just going to forge ahead. Nothing's changing. They're just going ahead with the next game, and I think they fired a couple people that made top decisions from that I don't know. But the old adage of, you show them with your wallet, I don't think that makes a difference anymore. I really don't. I believe they got to change for games for me and for you. Part of that is letting studios go that aren't for us. But the problem is that they want to capture everybody, right? So they can't just make one game and hope that one game is going to capture everybody. They have to make a lot of different games to get every genre, every person, people that likes RPGs, and you got to have, first person shooters over here, and then you got to have puzzle games, and you got to have all these types of games. Otherwise, you're only gonna be known as the people that make games for one fucking type of person. That's it. And those games are pretty. Again, I think most of those studios have won awards, or their games have been up for nominations for awards before. That tells me something. They're making things that people like. So why would you get rid of those studios? Get rid of somebody else. Not dollars percentage of gamers. Oh, I see what you're saying. Percentage of gamers that play games or buy games. Living alone is so impossible. $800 rent, and you make $1,500 a month. That's cheap, bro. $800, dude. That's how much rent was when I was a kid. Dude, I mean, rent up here, $1,500, 12. I mean, it's a mortgage. It's a mortgage payment, man. Yeah, Smokey. No shit, dude. $800 rent. That's crazy, man. I mean, $800 if you're lucky would get you like a 1-bedroom shit apartment somewhere in the hood, basically. I mean, that's. Only like 2,000 people bought it. Won an award but didn't sell. I had less buyers in the first. They made great games over the past decade, but haven't made any great or remarkable games in the last 6 years. Games take a long time to make nowadays too. Too caught up on nostalgia of what they used to make and not what they make now. The people who worked there 10 years ago don't work there today. Get back to work, slacker. Beat Runner, what's going on? Good morning. How you doing? Good to have you here. Awards don't mean shit. It's just awards. Just, oh, that was great, even though 1,000 people bought it. So if we stop making these types of games because they're not selling as well, then that means that the only games that are going to be up for awards are like the least of the shit games. DeGhost, what's going on, buddy? Good to have you, man. I'm with you. I see what you're saying. I get it. I get what you're saying. But again, we have to make games for all people. Otherwise, you're going to lose your audience. You're going to lose, and then you're going to lose more money. If you stop making games for people that have the money and they're like, you know what? I'm done gaming. There's nothing here for me anymore, where I'm kind of basically at right now. And I was like, you know, I'm going to take my wallet and I'm going to go someplace else. I disappear from the gaming scene altogether, right? How many other people like myself are going to do the same thing? All this money's walking away from the industry, and all of a sudden they're going, wait a second here. We still have our 5 to 18-year-old guys that are 84% of them are playing games every day. But why are their games not selling? Why is the market coming down? Why? It's because the people that prop the market up are walking away. And a lot of those games are for people like myself. Double Fine makes great games, and they're quirky and they're silly and they're goofy, and I've liked them. What was the last one? It was The Age of Something. It was a crazy game. It was kind of like a point and click adventure game, but the story was amazing, you know? And I mean, for somebody that grew up with Lucasfilms and yeah, the 90s were a great place for point and click adventure games. I actually have an emulator on one of my Chromebook that my grandma gave me. It's not good for anything else. I have Linux on it, and then I have Scum VM on it, so I can run Scum games. So when I'm on vacation, I take this thing with me, and if I'm bored, I have nothing to do, or we're just on a plane, or whatever, I'll pop this fucker open and I'll play some point and click adventures, man. Day of the Tentacle, Maniac Mansion, the Indiana Jones games. I'm telling you, these are the games that we liked, you know? I don't know. We're only $1,300 for a 3-bedroom here with the pool. 1-bedroom apartment here is $1,200. Yep. I feel that I'm about to finally get some games in. Nice. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, Honda. Last time I saw you, you said, "Hey, I was playing Gray Zone," and you're like, "Hey, I'll be on in an hour, man." And I'm like, "Okay, never saw you." I'm still waiting. It's the longest hour ever, man. I'm still. You logging in soon? It's so great that the kid is out for summer. I agree, man. Our daughter last week, it was her last day of school. Then she went to hang out with her friends, and then she went to a couple sleepovers, and then she left on Sunday to go stay with her friend because the next day they were getting up early and they were driving down to Cedar Point, which is like a 4-hour drive, 3.5, 4-hour drive. So we haven't seen her since Sunday afternoon. And the house has been quiet, bruh. Quiet. Our boys, we very rarely see them. It's very quiet in this house. I don't like it. It's too big of a house to be quiet. That's why I want to downsize. I would love to have a 1-bedroom apartment right now. I would love it. All the money we'd save for games. But no matter what, we have to do a 2-bedroom. We have to do a 2-bedroom because the wife and I both need an office. I need office space for this, and she needs office space for her thing. So wherever we move, whatever we end up doing, we have to have a 2-bedroom. So we'll see what happens. I'm 100% with you on people walking away. We need you and want you. It's whoever is in charge sucks. I know. And I get what you're saying. And I challenge you to think about this, just different perspective. So the games that are selling, right? How many of those did the parents buy for their kids, but they don't play, right? Call of Duty. How many, I would like to see those numbers. How many copies of Call of Duty were purchased intentionally for their children and not for themselves? That would be a big, that'd be a big like look into the industry and where things need to go. And again, I think that's why all these companies are paying so much money for your information. They want to know everything you day from the time you wake up until the time you go to bed. Not only to sell you things, but they need to know everything about you in order to sell everything to you. And then the government wants that information so that, they can keep you under. Yeah. Anyhow, I think games are facing so many compounding factors right now. It's hard for anything to seem like a viable path forward. To Ghost. Oh, you're waving at Ink and Skin, everyone. I haven't been to Cedar Point in years. Got to go. I haven't either. I took my kids there over 10 years ago now. That's the last time I went. I think I went there with my oldest son, his girlfriend at the time, and my brother. I think it was just the four of us. I can't remember now. Anyhow, my wife has 1-bedroom apartments that are $3,500 a month. And that's Ohio. That's just south of us, right? Landlocked. They had the same weather as us. They all root for the Buckeyes, except for Ghost. He's a Michigan fan. Let's go. That's insane, dude. That's insane. I could see that, in Florida, along the coast, along the water, in those nicer areas. But Ohio, for the love of God, dude. I mean, you might as well move to New York. You might as well live in New York somewhere. Market is insane. $3,500 per month. I know they must be luxury apartments or something, man. That's crazy. I would love to sit down in a room with these top execs from each of these big publishers and just have a conversation. Where's your head at right now? Like, I'm not mad. Let's figure this out together. Okay. Obviously you guys realize you're in a rut. We know you're in a rut. Let me represent the gamers from this community. Let me come in and let's just have a conversation. Let's figure out where we need to go. What worked 20 years ago? What worked 30 years ago? What was it? Where is the industry now? Where is the money now? Where are the people at? What genres are people asking for? And what age group are those people looking for certain games? I see a lot of people that don't want to see BRs anymore. BRs are done. I hate BRs. BRs suck. But then when you look at these people, they're all under 30. So I get it. That was their dad's mode. Extraction shooters seem to be the thing right now. But people only want easy extraction shooters. They don't want PvPvE. They want PvE extraction shooters. The people that want the PvE are typically my age or that 37 bracket. I don't see young people want to play these types of games. My kids are different because I raised them differently. So they play very competitive PvP games. Most of them do. So I can't really look at them because they are not part of this. They also have, some money, but it's different. So I would need I need a lot more information to know exactly and say exactly what we need to do. But I do know this for myself. I would like to see more games that are geared towards me. It's near downtown. Got it. In New York, you won't even have a bedroom for $3,500. You get the half bath. You can sleep. Yeah, you can sleep in the sink. Joke is wild. I see Tim the Tatman streaming a kid's game every day. That should tell you a lot. Isn't Tim the Tatman a young kid though? He looks older, but isn't he a younger guy? Isn't he still in his 20s? I always thought Tim the Tatman was just like an older looking 20-year-old. But because are we saying that he plays a kid's game because that's where he wants to be? I don't really know how to take that information. Is he a child at heart? Does he not like hard games? I don't know. He's in his Tim the Tatman's in his 40s? He doesn't look that old. Good God, dude. Sorry. I guess I compliment him thinking he was still in his 20s. I really don't know much about Tim the Tatman. I've watched his stream a couple of times. He's very boring to me. His setup is very weird. He sits with his back to the wall, and that's all you can see is just like a long wall. It's weird. I never really like, I wouldn't say I don't like the guy. He's just, I don't know. He's just, I just always thought he's just kind of a subpar streamer, and he does really well because he started streaming before COVID, which anybody that tried streaming after COVID, basically you're fucked. So I don't know. I mean, I don't really know. I can understand why you guys like my $800, but it's still have my monthly income, and that is the lower end. That's an apartment, not even a house. Right. I mean, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying. That's another thing. That's cost of living is going up, but the incomes are not. And this is a conversation, not necessarily for this stream, but I understand. I get what you're coming at. I get what you're saying at. The starting income should be a little higher so people can at least survive, right? I get that. I've never really been in that situation. I've been in a performance based all my life, so I don't punch a clock. I never really have. I was on salary for most of my career, so I don't really know. I mean, I struggled for a long time, but after I got into sales, I mean, my first year alone, I made 40 grand. And then, I mean, after 2 years, I made management, and then I was making 50 grand. And then I was running dealerships, and then, sky's the limit at that point. So I don't know. I know, yeah, price of living was much lower back then too. So I mean, I was different, but well, we won't get into that. We're not going to talk about that right now, but, just Google, he's 36. Okay. So he's not quite 40. He plays it because that's all that will watch, because there is nothing good. Oh, I see. You're saying his audience. I got it. No one cares. Okay. Well, maybe that's why I see him as a kid, because he caters to children, which makes sense because he's still friends with Doc pedophile. So that's a whole nother conversation there. We'll just leave that one alone. $12.50 I pay for 2-bedroom plus internet and electricity. He basically plays what's popular. I gotcha. See, that's something I said from the very, very beginning. I will not do that. I will not force myself to play a popular game just to keep myself afloat in the streaming world. It's not worth it. That's like working a dead-end job because you need the money, right? I will eventually find something different to try to make the same money or not better. That's why I don't play Call of Duty. That's why I don't play Warzone. That's why I don't play games I don't like, because, I mean, yeah, I'm probably be able to increase. And people tried telling me this years ago. You got to play Tarkov because, that's where all the people are. No, I don't have to play Tarkov. You got to play Warzone because no, I don't have to. I mean, yeah, sure, I might be able to, bring some more people to the fray, but once they see I'm not having a good time, they're just going to leave anyhow. So it doesn't really make sense. So I won't lower myself to do that. I just can't. I'm pretty transparent and authentic with you guys for the most part. I don't think I ever lied to you about anything, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do that. That's not who I am. I can't do that. Those that have been around the longest probably know that about me, that I'm very stubborn when it comes to those types of things, but I am who I am, man. I worked hard all my life. I still work I'm fucking hard. I know what I want, and I'm not going to bend much. I'll bend for my wife. She's still trying to get me to play Stardew, and I'm like, I'm not quite there yet. Give me a couple more beers, and maybe I'll play it with you. That's where them side hustles come in. Yeah, absolutely, brother. Some people watch just to see the misery. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. Play games you hate for clicks, not really sustainable. So here's another thing, though, is it like, how many people do you think stream on the regular basis, day in, day out, and are there just to have fun? Not many, right? This is a business like anything else. People are here to make money, right? Now, you have, I would say, a large percentage of people just do it for fun, and they make a little extra money on the side once they get affiliated, but it's very easy to get affiliated nowadays. Very simple, right? Partners a little harder, and I think that they need to start changing things in that respect. But what I'm getting at is that, like, Even if I had 400 people watching me a day, if I only got one sub a day, is it worth it? No, absolutely not. Because then you're working for free for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? This is a business like anything else, and we got to make money. So we have to find a way to entertain the masses and give them an incentive and a reason to spend money here. But as the cost of living goes up, it's harder for people to ask people to throw money at you during the day because they're struggling, right? It's almost like the whole tipping situation. People are mad right now because of tipping at restaurants. Well, I mean, tell Congress to change the fucking laws, right? But like my daughter is a server at a restaurant, and she sees it all the time. People come in, they demand all this service, this, that, and then they're like, they don't have any money to give her a tip. And so some people come in, I don't know, they give her weird things. Or they'll give her a 20, the bill's $19.50, they give her a 20 and walk out. It gets to the point where you're like, why am I even doing this, But you feel for the people because you're like, you understand but at the same time, it's like, why aren't they at home cooking? Why aren't they making food at home? Why are they at this restaurant if they can't afford a tip? I don't know. Stardew's awful. Don't say that too loud. My wife loves that game, dude. But again, there's another great example. If they quit making games like Stardew and they quit making games like The Sims, my wife would be out of games as well, and she'd move on to something else. So you have to continue making these types of games, even if they're for a small amount of people, because you want to keep that money. You want to keep those people in the pool, right? You got to keep them in the pool somehow. So if you're cutting all these studios that are dropping games that people enjoy, and you're not going to get that experience other places like Double Fine. Double Fine makes games that other people don't typically make. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Play games you hate for clicks, not really sustainable. Yeah, I know. Not many, bro. They are slaving because they got big before they are trying to keep the same income. That's what I'm saying, is that a lot of the streamers that started from like 2015 up to 2020, that 5-year span was huge for streaming. I really wish I would have jumped in at that point because I think we would be in a completely different spot. But there wasn't as many people. There wasn't as many big ones, that's for sure. And then so they were able to come in and basically just corner the market. And then COVID happened, and then a lot of people started jumping in because they were already stuck at home and they were doing Zoom meetings and they had to buy the stuff for streaming anyhow because they were doing work from home. So then that happened. And then they gave you the ability to stream from your console. And I think that is where it hurt the industry. It hurt the streaming industry because that gave every Tom, Dick, and Harry the ability to stream from their console. Everybody was streaming. So then the market is flooded with everybody trying to stream at the same time. People don't know how to stream. They don't know how to set their stuff up. They're streaming at 720p, it was just crazy stuff. So then people are like, well, I don't care about new people because I'm going to go back to this guy I was watching, 3 years ago. So it made it harder and harder and harder for us to find our footing in this industry, in this area. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse as we go. So I don't know. I think there's going to be a streaming crash. I really do. I think everything's going to move to YouTube. Everything's kind of going to YouTube as it is. And all I need is a platform similar to Twitch that responds a little bit better than Twitch. And I think Twitch is a goner. No one really cares about Kick. Sorry, Kick. I know I'm streaming over there right now. No one cares about Rumble. Rumble's for political things. Twitch just can't get their shit together. I mean, they're allowing 1440p streaming to select people. They're allowing 4K streaming to select people. Everybody else is stuck at 1080p at 8 megabytes, which is not even enough for 1080p. YouTube's just got it wrapped up, man. They just have a better platform over there. I can do 1440p at 30 megabytes and it looks crystal clear. Looks amazing. I don't know. I tried it. I really did. Just couldn't do it. What'd I miss? Oh, Stardew? Mecha Chameleon is the game I play now. Damn, Smokey, you're all over the place, man. I don't even know if Smokey has a genre. Smokey's just like, I'll play anything, man. Just put it in front of me. If it looks good on the PC, I'm gaming, bro. When we were back in the day, I say this a lot because, I can say it. Mid 90s, early 90s, mid 90s, you played everything. you played everything because, you know, that's just how it was. You played racing games, you played platformers, you know, you played everything, fighting games. But then as time goes on and games require more and more time, they're more expensive. Well, pretty much the same price, I want to say. But either way, you start to chisel down your genres and the games that you want to play. Like, I don't really care for racing games anymore. Don't really care for those. Don't like fighting game. Played fighting games for 20 years. It's crazy, man. But then you got people like Smokey. They're like, I don't give a shit. I'll play anything. That's great, dude. That's great. We need more people like you, brother. We do. You're a perfect person to review because you're unbiased. You should do Smokey's reviews, and you should just write up a paragraph or two about a game you're playing. Give us your honest opinion. I tried doing that. My problem is that I go off on tangents because I've played so many fucking games in my life. I compare everything to everything. I do a very thorough, but I just don't like writing. Did very, very well in English and math, and those are the two things I fucking hate. The two things I was really good at in high school, I fucking hate as an adult. Who said that? Apparently, all you have to do is put a dancing Homer Simpson on the screen, and people will start dropping a bit at a time like crazy. Bro, I saw that. I wasn't going to say anything. That's incentive. It's the ADD generation. It's not just your channel. I see it everywhere, dude. There's a channel that I still subscribe to. I mean, well, I follow anyhow. This person was kind of involved with a lot of us during the PUBG days. Disappeared for a long time and popped back up. This person does not have a camera anymore. You can't really blame them. And they have just shit everywhere on their screen, everywhere. And they're playing like Wordle, or they're playing, so people can play along with them. But then there's also incentive to play, like there's a text-based game that's going on in their chat. And then they have like a spin the wheel thing going on over here. And then you're using their points to do that. There's just shit everywhere, man. It's crazy. This person gets a handful of views, but there's a lot of bits being thrown around. So it's like, that's crazy too. Like, is that all it takes? Should I turn myself into like a VTuber and start having everything all over the screen? Just, ooh, eye candy exploding everywhere. Like I've entertained all these, and I'm like, no, like I want to, and I'm not saying anything about anybody's stream here. I'm just for me, like I like the clean podcast looking news center type. I just like the professionalism of a clean stream. But would I change it to make more money? Probably. And that's what I've been kind of toying with. I have all these things that I've been trying to do, and that's what happened yesterday. I fucked everything up, but I'm trying to pivot, trying to pivot and change things up slightly. That way I'm not required to play games as often, because as you can tell, I'm getting burned out on games. So I like this podcast, I like this conversation thing that we have in the morning, and I'm trying to build upon this, because look, right now we're at 14, 15, 16, 17 people. As soon as I fire up Gray Zone, as soon as I fire up anything, it'll drop down to 8, and that's where I sit for the rest of the day. I like to have the conversations more so than playing video games right now anyhow. So that's what we're doing. The problem is, the last time I streamed for 4 hours. All I did was talk. I lost my voice by the end of the night. So even though I was sad not to stream yesterday, it was very nice having an extra break to allow my my throat to heal up. With that being said, I'm gonna drink. YouTube just doesn't have the interaction. No, it doesn't. It does, and it's hard to find anything that's happening live. I mean, you go on there and you try to search for. I mean, they should have it way easier than it is. A lot of the time, it'll take you to somebody that had streamed in the last day or two, and it'll just take you to their channel and it'll show you their most recent stream VOD. Right? I want to see people streaming right now. I want to be able to just click on YouTube, go to live, and then look and then search for games or something, right? And then have it just seems like there's too much stuff that's bundled up with previous VODs or like long time content that's not has anything to do with live shit. I want to see a live stream of whoever. Just give me a selection of streamers that are streaming Gray Zone right now. And if you try to do that, it'll show you a bunch of Gray Zone videos that have been there for 2 months, a VOD or two, and then you might get one live person somewhere in there, and it's just a mess. But again, if YouTube fixed and changed the way that streaming is found on their platform, I think Twitch would be fucked. Literally, them cheap games are hidden treasures. I know. But again, if they don't sell enough, but people like them, but they don't sell well, those studios are going to get shut down. Is basically what we're coming up to here. The only thing I can say is it's a double-edged sword, right? Because the indie studios that are coming up, they need capital, they need money to make the games. They can't work for free, right? They have to focus on the game. So sometimes they have to sell their souls and sell their companies to bigger publishers to get the capital to make the game. They make the game, it comes out, they sell the amount of copies that they wanted to, they're happy with the results, but the publisher that they gave them the money is like, no, we need more than that. This isn't working. So then they have to work harder or to figure something out. And if they can't produce, then they get shit canned and they're right back to square one again. So it's tough. It's hard for an indie developer that may or may not have a great skill set and a great game on mind to actually bring it to the forefront. I know and watch a guy who is ADD center. He's my background noise, but it's memes and alerts 24/7. Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. That's why I've been doing a lot of research in this, and I've been looking around, and it just seems like for if you just want to make quick money, that's what you do. I'm not like that. I want you to be here for a reason. I want you to be here for the conversation. I want you to be here for what I bring to the table, not everything that's exploding on the screen. I might have to give you an extra incentive to be here by giving you those things on screen. But I don't know. This is an in-depth look at what I've been dealing with for the last 2 weeks. 4-hour talking stream is hard on the voice for sure. There are tabs on the top where you click live. But even the live streams on YouTube don't have the interaction that Twitch does. One of the simplest is directed memberships. Like, why can't I choose who benefits from my money? Right. They need to look at Twitch a little closely, a little closer. I mean, look at Kick. Go over to Kick. They are copy and pasting everything from Twitch, with the exception of their colors green. Twitch is magenta purple, and Kick is green. Other than that, it's pretty much the same fucking platform, man. I think they actually rent Twitch's servers, right? Either way, I'm streaming over there, so I don't want to talk too negatively. But even the live streams, I would watch on Twitch, but the ads are long. Well, that's why I watch on YouTube. I got you. I'm gonna be devil's advocate here. I'm all for ads, because if people, just like television, if you can't afford cable and you want to watch television, you have to watch the networks, and there's going to be 20 minutes of, probably more, 20 minutes of commercials for every hour, during every hour of content you're watching. So it's kind of the same thing over here. Like, I need to make money. I have to make money. Otherwise, why am I doing this? Right. I have to make something, to make it feel like it's worthwhile. So if you can't afford to sub, or you don't have a sub, or you don't have a Prime sub, or no one bought you one, the only other option would be to watch ads. And that helps me. I know it frustrates you, but it does help me. So it's kind of where we are. And I'm not, by any means am I trying to point fingers at anybody or make anybody feel down. People say I have a knack for talking down to people. I don't mean to do that. If I ever do that, I don't mean to do that. I'm just really passionate about what I'm talking about. And sometimes I just don't take people's feelings into account, I guess. Which I do, I'm a heartfelt guy, but like when I'm a more business than I am emotion, unfortunately. I'm a business machine. So when you get me talking business, I will talk and I will say certain things that may shy people away from me. So I apologize. If I do say that, I don't mean any harm, and I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. Now you feel I'm not trying to say that. Twitch Turbo is a nice sidestep if you surf many channels. There you go. Yeah, because I think that gives you ad-free view. I don't really know much about it. I should know more, but I kind of don't really care and don't really pay much attention to Twitch anymore. I definitely don't put the time into this as I used to. But again, if your employer came to you and said, we're going to pay you less, but we want you to work the same amount of hours, you'd probably be like, fuck you. I'll work the hours that you're paying me for. I ain't doing any more than that. It's kind of where I am right now. And I'm not trying to put the blame on anybody, because I can only blame myself. If I'm not giving you a reason to sub to me or throw biddies at me, that's on me. I can't blame you. What I will say is that I will find other things to do until I can get to that. And for a long time, I was putting in 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. So we're talking 25 hours a week. So 100 plus 130, 1.33, 4.33. So 133 hours roughly a month to this. And I was making nothing, peanuts. Okay. But that was when I was coming up and I was trying to build my business. And that's what happens when you try to build a business. You start at the bottom, you make razor, even if you do make any profit, it's going to be razor thin for the first year or two, until you can get your costs and everything in line, you know, and pay things off, and then you start making a profit. So that's kind of how I approached this originally. Was I know I'm not going to make shit for the first couple of months, right? But eventually, once I get a community, once I get people watching me, once I get people coming back and you know, and spending money like any business, then I will start making money off of it. Which is great, because for the first couple of years that we were making money here, I updated all my shit, bought a brand new computer, new monitors. I mean, I started with one monitor and a Series X and a $5. It was a Ring camera. It was a Ring light. It was meant for like a cell phone. At Five Below. Does anybody know what Five Below is? It's like a dollar store up to $5. It's like a 10 now, but either way, I had that for $5. I had a green screen I made out of cardboard and green wrapping paper that was sitting on an easel behind me. Bro, I started off nothing, absolutely nothing. And in the years that we did this and the money that I made, I put right back into the stream. And now I'm sitting here with 3 screens, a gaming PC, a separate streaming PC, good quality stuff all around me, a better microphone. I mean, I'm happy, right? But now we're going back to not making any money again, so I can't put any more money into it. Yeah. So I need to start over. And that's why I keep doing these rebrandings. Rebrandings do typically help. The last one, it was great until I started getting in trouble for it. But I like this one now. I like this. I still, don't get me wrong, I wore this recently and I miss this. I miss this logo. But how sustainable is this logo when it's kind of doesn't belong to me, but kind of does, you know what I'm saying? That's why I changed it, because I was afraid that if I got big, I'd be sued immediately. But we won't get into that either. We need some kick chat in this feed. There you go. Thanks, brah. Shout out to the 2 people that subscribed to me there 4 years ago now. Well, 3 years ago. Who was it? Mark for Life and Lowell Hog. They were my first and only subscribers over there. And oddly enough, because that right there, because of the kick situation, that's why I never made partner with Twitch, and I can't going forward. I'm on a blacklist. That's another reason why I just want to go to YouTube, is because I can never get my full potential here regardless, because I am never going to be able to make partner, because I broke the rules. Otherwise, I would have been partner 3 years ago, because I qualified for it, I made it, I did everything I was supposed to do twice. But because I was multi-streaming and I broke the rules at the time, I am forever forbidden from being a partner. Walk around and find out, right? Hey man, I always live by the adage, it's easier to get forgiveness than it is permission. And I've done that a lot. I mean, within reason. And I'll tell you this, I probably have gotten further in life with that than without it. It's not in your best interest to play it safe. Sometimes you just got to fucking risk it for the biscuit. You just got to do it. And that's how I felt at the time, because Kick was coming up and a lot of streamers were being enticed to go over there. I know that there's a lot of, they have political issues over that way as well. But I was like, you know what? We got to do this. We got to try. We can't just sit on our hands. if there's potential over there, I got to do it. I just got to do it. And I talked myself into it, and it didn't really pan out, but I'll never know. I would have never known. If I wouldn't have streamed over there, I would have been partner over here, but the same thing could have happened. I could have left DMZ and then everything just kind of like twizzled out. But I always wondered if I would have gone to Kick for that time frame, would I have done better over there? Would I have made more? I don't know. I love this new logo. Oh, you guys like this logo? All right, because I was actually, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be completely transparent and honest with you. I was about to change it again, but I there's something about this I like, and I was kind of messing around with some AI stuff, which no one here is offended by that anymore. Thank God. I was working with some AI, some stuff, and I've actually come up with a really cool thing with this, but I almost scrapped it. So I'm glad you guys said that. Thank you, by the way. I'll commit to this and I'll stick with this for now. But that's good. Then I'll pull that out of the trash can and I'll work on it a little bit more, try to fine tune it. But I came up with this really good idea. So I'll keep working on that. By the way, your shirt is fit like a glove and super comfy. I thought you were talking about me. I'm like, yeah, I'm losing a little weight. I'm putting on a little muscle, I feel good. Yeah. Oh, you're talking to Free to Escape. Never mind. But thanks, bro. Thanks. So anyhow. What else is happening in the gaming world here? I'm trying to keep my information within gaming. We don't need to go off into other things. But how about those Knicks, huh? I think there's a lot of people that are on the same boat as me. Ink and Skin, I know it was funny that we have the same theory. We're almost the same person. It's crazy. That Asha's probably been brought in. Phil bailed, so a new blood could be brought in to go down with the ship. And I think that she may be. I think she may be that person. You scapegoat? Yeah. I really do. Does anybody remember the movie Fun with Dick and Jane? Probably didn't see it. This was like when Jim Carrey was trying to find himself after being the goofball, and he was trying to be more serious in roles. But basically what happens is he's like this low dude for a company, and right before this company goes under, he is fast-tracked to CEO or something. And he goes up to the top. He meets the guy. He's like, yep, congratulations. We'll talk to you later. And then the first thing is a camera's shoved in front of his face, and it's like, hey, you're the new CEO. How do you feel about your company crashing? And then he was the scapegoat, dude. And he lost everything. And then they came and repoed his fucking grass. It was kind of a sad story. It was funny in some instances, but it was a sad story about a guy who was just an everyday Joe that, just wanted to make it in life. And he was just working the 9-to-5 corporate America job. And he got suckered into this position that immediately was bad for him. I mean, this kid spokesman. I kind of get the same feeling here. She comes in, she's very friendly looking. She's like the girl next door, she's big smile and very friendly. And you're like, okay, so either this lady's very, very good. She's a CEO. Okay. Either she's a very, very good at hiding her cutthroatedness, or she is in for a treat. So I don't really know what direction this is going to go. And I really hope that she's been brought in to kind of like change things. But I think that even if, theory aside, even if she's not being brought in to go down with the ship or be a scapegoat, I think that she's going to find that the answers are all the same. How many times has that happened that you've seen? Someone comes in with a fresh pair of eyes, changes things at a job or a business, right? They hire a new manager. He comes in or she comes in and they're like, we're going to make all these great changes and things are going to change. And then, a couple days, couple weeks, couple months go by and then you're seeing nothing. And then all of a sudden they're like, we're going to revert back to where we were because we realized that, these changes weren't for the better. How many times have you seen that in your life in a job or something? I think that's what's going to happen here. If she's not going to be the scapegoat, I think that she, in a year's time, she's going to be like, you know what, guys, we don't want to do consoles anymore. I think consoles is a bad idea. We're not going to do Project Helix. We're backing out of that. We're going to immediately going to be a software company, which means exclusives are off the table, and it's been fun. Because I honestly don't know. I don't think creating more consoles is the answer. I don't think going back to exclusives is the answer. I don't see it. If they own all the big companies that are selling all the big AAA and quadruple A games, why would they do exclusives to sell a console that's not selling right now and that costs more money to make to get into people's houses? It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get it. And again, I'm gonna read what Penguin has to say, because usually Penguin and I are the ones arguing back and forth about this stuff. So, I don't agree with you guys on the scapegoat Xbox stuff, but that is perfectly okay. I believe she's doing everything right so far, but that's me. That's the guy celebrating 3 studios dying, so I don't expect anyone on my side. Why do you want to see those? Actually, I think Double Fine's gonna be okay, because they're negotiating leaving on their own without being shut down. In Ninja Theory, I think they're doing the exact same thing. Now, Compulsive Games, I think they're fucked either way. I don't think they have the capital. They are an indie studio that literally had an idea they wanted to run, and I think they needed the capital, so they allowed the big company to buy them out. They're fucked. But Double Fine's going to be fine, and Double Fine will be Double Fine, and Ninja Theory will probably end up being picked up by somebody else either way, so it doesn't really matter. I'm not worried about that. What do you agree with that she's doing? The exact same things I'm saying don't make sense. The committing to consoles and the exclusives. One thing I think that she did right was getting rid of Call of Duty on Game Pass and reducing the price by $7, because then mathematically it makes more sense. And if you want Call of Duty, you've saved enough over the year, you can just buy it. So I'm kind of on board with that, and I do like that. I wasn't under the impression that PC Game Pass was going to be getting a reduction in price as well, but it did. I think it was $3. So I mean, I'm cool with that. But I don't other than that. What is elaborate a little bit, Penguin? What is she doing? You said everything, but be a little more specific. What is she doing that you think is right? What do you think that she's doing right now that is going to change the trajectory of this company? Penguin will not let Xbox die. Even if he has to buy all the consoles himself, he will not let them die. I believe in fairies. Well, you play RPGs, so it makes sense that you believe in fairies. I get it, bro. Got it. Okay, so it's basically the shakeup. You're in the wrong job. You should be in corporate takeovers, because I think that would help you sleep at night. Yes. The layoffs. So you're for the layoffs then? Executives. So you're just like, let's just go in, let's clean house, let's doge it, right? Let's go in with a chainsaw, Elon Musk it. Let's go in there and just start hacking shit. Let's just start cutting this, cutting that. Let's clean house, get him the fuck out of there, and just see what happens. So you're one of those, let's burn it down and see what comes out of the ashes type people. The monthly pay consoles too. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. That was a little much. And I still understand what the point was. I know I know what it was for, but the way they went about it was wrong. Out with the old, in with the new ideas. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, a lot of them are resigning probably because they're going to get shit canned anyhow. But some are resigning and saying they just can't. They just don't want to deal with what's coming. Right? There's a lot of them that are leaving right now that are trying to warn us of this coming of Jesus, so to speak, that's coming with Asha being there and changing things. So I think there's also a lot of people that they already know what the roadmap is for this company and what she's going to bring to the table and things that are coming. And they're just like, I don't want to be part of this. I'm good. I'm good. But we'll see with time. Time will tell. The biggest hit is unfortunately AI and the cost of parts, but that's not Xbox fault or PC or PlayStation. Yeah, I don't know, and that's why I'm saying that, like, when Project Helix was first announced and they were working on it, it made sense, right? Because none of this shit had happened yet, right? None of this, so it kind of made sense. And so I am with Phil on this one, okay? So like his idea was, okay, we got to get out of consoles. Let's make a console hybrid PC thing so we can start transitioning our console people into a full-blown PC and we can get out of the console business maybe next generation. I'm all for that. I think that was a brilliant idea, and I think that was what needed to happen, right? So he steps down. They bring Asha in. All of a sudden, the Rampocalypse, or was it right around the same time? The Rampocalypse starts to work. Right now, it makes even more sense to get out of consoles, because if you're building consoles for the people that don't want to move up to PC, say the $500 market share, right? Now your consoles are going to cost $1,000. Now you're making consoles for people that nobody, right? Your console's too expensive for the people that only want to pay $500, and your console is at that price. You might as well just build a PC or buy a pre-built PC. So now, even more so than it did before, it makes more sense for them to get out of consoles. I mean, unless you're willing, Penguin, you might be, I don't know. You don't want to buy a $1,200 PC, but you might be willing to buy a $1,200 console. Are you? If the next console comes out, Project Helix comes out, and it's $1,200, I think that's on the low end. It's $1,200. Are you going to keep your Series X and keep playing that until they stop making games for it? Or are you going to jump on the next console at $1,200? This is the question you should be asking yourself. Because the industry says that this Rampocalypse situation may not end for another 2 years. Originally, it was like maybe a year and a half. Now they're saying it could be 2 years from now. And it's already been, what? A little over 6 months? This all started in December-ish? November-ish, somewhere in that neighborhood. We started seeing prices for things go up, and we're like, wait, what the hell is this? The biggest hit is unfortunately AI. That's everyone collectively. Consoles used to be the affordable alternative to PC gaming. Now it's getting close to being on the same level of cost. Exactly. That's why I'm just like, how does it still make sense to make consoles when you can build yourself a console that has way more everything, way more everything. On the idea of exclusives too, I'm okay with 2 to 4 a year, but rather 80% lets us play with our brothers and sisters. I mean, I understand why they went back to exclusives. I get it because now that they're all in on consoles again, and they're gonna stick with their consoles, and the foreseeable future does not show them getting away from consoles. Then yes, it makes sense that you want to have exclusives because you want to sell your console. That's how you sell your consoles, with exclusives. This is, I mean, well-known fact. I'm not telling you anything. I'm not telling you anything you already know. But that's why they got out of exclusives in the first place, is because they were trying to get out of the consoles. And they want everyone to see that, okay, you don't have to own an Xbox to play our best games. And it was working. So I thought. But now they flipped the script, and everything's going back to the way it was, the golden age of gaming. But again, same thing with tangible old cassette players and CD players and shit like that. The younger generation's all about that right now. I lived through that era. I don't want to go back to it. I really don't. I love the digital life we live right now. So I don't know. And I'm part of the generation that was from the golden generation. I am the golden generation, right? And I have kids that are gone, and I have money in my pocket, and I have spare time. So why aren't they asking me? Why aren't they involving me in this conversation? I would love to be involved. On the idea of exclusives, I'm okay. Got it. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh my God, I am blowing up today. Okay, so speaking of side hustles, making some money tonight. But seriously, Penguin, did you hear my original question, or are you avoiding it? Are you avoiding it on purpose, or do you not hear it? My question to you, Penguin, is if the next console, if Project Helix ends up being $1,200, will you buy it, or will you stick with your Series X as long as they still make games with it, games for it? That's what I need to know, because that'll tell me a lot. I think that'll tell everybody, because I think you are the resident console guy, right? And I'm not trying to talk down to you or make you feel small or any of those things. I need you in this conversation. You need to be here because we need to know what people like you are thinking, so we can add that to the conversation as well. I was gonna say talk you out of it, but I won't do that. I will never shame you for what you do. I might give you a hard time. I might bullshit with you a little bit. But at the end of the day, this is what I tell Big Al Mac. He rides a Yamaha, and he always is like, "Oh, I know it's not a Harley." I'm like, I don't care what you ride as long as you ride, dude. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I don't care. I mean, unless your shit breaks down, then bye. I'll leave you on the side of the road. You got AAA, you'll be fine. But no, I mean, like, I need to know what you guys are thinking. I need to know what everyone's thinking. I don't care how you play video games. It's just cool that you play, right? I don't care. Now, I mean, if it prevents us from playing games together, then I'm probably going to give you a lot of shit and try to get you to, up your game to PC. I've been doing this to Peak for years. Peak and I are still friends, and I give him shit about his buying a PC all the time. But he was, we're older guys that we're bullshitters, and we just know, we can give each other a hard time. We can talk shit to each other, and and no one's upset. We used to be able to do that in society. We can't do that anymore. Oh, sorry, the RAM thing. I would buy the Helix. If it did payments, I would even do a $500 to $700 down, pay off the rest over time. They're gonna have to do that, just so you know. I mean, I know that I know you guys might have already seen this. Xbox, Microsoft is adding Klarna and something else. So if you want to buy a game but you only have $30 in your PayPal account or whatever, you can't even use PayPal over there. But you have Xbox, you have $30 in your account, right? But you want to buy the game for $100. That means that you can use your $30 from your account. You can split the payments, and then you can use Klarna for the other $70. Yeah, not that I think that's a great idea, because that's something else that they have to deal with, but I think that that's the only way forward at this point, because the cost of gaming is going to get higher, right? The cost of living is going to get higher, but the median income is going to stay the same. It's not going to get any higher. So the people that were already struggling to game to begin with are either going to get left behind, or they have to be given options. And this is probably the best option for them, is a payment program that they did years ago with the 360 and the Xbox One. And DeGhost was telling us that the Xbox Series X has a way of doing that as well. So I'm glad that they had that, but it's probably going to be a lot more advertised, and they'll probably even have it in their fucking commercials. Project Helix or whatever the fuck it's called now, $12.99 payment plans available. At the very tail end of it. Because they're going to want everybody to have the next console, but they know that not everyone's going to be able to get it because of financial reasons. Yeah, all good. I was driving when you asked, so I missed. Being safe to talk to. No, you're fine. I know you're working. I know a lot of you guys are working right now, so I just assume if you're not responding to me, it's because you're doing other things. That's perfectly fine. That's not a problem at all. Just put a pin in it when you come back. Give me your answer or whatever you need to do. But you're a very important part of this conversation, because you're on the opposite spectrum of me, and we need people like you here. So if I ever say anything or do anything to offend you, instead of just like threatening me in chat and then packing up and then banning me and getting rid of me on everything, including Facebook, it'd be nice if you could just have like a personal conversation, like DM me and just, talk to me or whatever. We could figure it out. I'm a very easy guy to get along with, and I have no problem having those hard conversations. I've been doing it all my life. So don't shy away from calling or talking to me about anything. I don't really, Beatdown, you're a little rough today with Penguin. Maybe you should dial it down a little bit. I'll be like, okay, I will. I try. I really do. I get really passionate. I just start speaking. Um, BD won't shame you, but I certainly will. Well, my sister and brother-in-law, maybe not right away, but likely the payment over time is such a stress relief. Yeah, absolutely. I want to buy a second PC for gaming, but I am a console guy. I'm bad with new upgrades. I have to buy everything when an upgrade is available, and I'd spend so much damn money. That's the joy of PC gaming, brother. Bro, this is, I mean, you guys saw this back in January before my world fell apart, really. And I weighed 20 pounds more. Uh, I was on the fence. I was on the fence. I had a 4070 and I had it for like a year and a half. Not even that. I mean, a little over a year. It was like a year and 3 or 4 months. It was something stupid, right? And the 5070 comes around, and I thank Smokey for this. He's on the fence about buying one himself, and I'm like, oh, should I? So then I'm looking at prices because that's at the time that's when prices for things were fucking coming up, and I'm like, oh my god. So like I started promising myself things. I was like, okay, if it's the same price next week, I'll buy it, and then next week coming it's the same price. I'm like, oh, should I? I'm asking my wife. My wife's like, why are you asking me? Just buy the fucking thing. You know, like, you know more about it than I do. And, you know, finally she's like, just buy it. I'm like, okay. But bro, I was on the fence and I didn't need a new one. I didn't. The 5070, it isn't that big of a jump from the 4070. Now, what brings with it, the Blackwell technology and everything, a lot of good shit is coming out this year, including, and I know some people, I'm sorry, Ink and Skin, and this is for you, DLSS 5 is going to be fucking amazing. It already looks amazing as it is. And I know you're not for it, but give it time, brother. I think you'll love it. Either way, I'm set for DLSS 5 now. And I'm set for future-proofing things and whatnot. I didn't have to buy it. I still did. I think eventually, I did the math for you guys. I sold my 4070. I bought that one. I think it only cost me like $200 or something. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. But to Ghost, once you get into this world, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, you probably will spend more money on it than you normally would on a console, because there's really nothing you can upgrade on a console, right? Except for the memory expansion or RAM expansion, whatever, hard drive expansion. Sorry. So there's not a lot you can do there, but I guarantee, and this is where Project Helix is probably going to show us a thing or two. But to Ghost, I'm willing to bet that if your Series X had the ability to upgrade things every couple of years, you would fucking do it, right? Am I wrong? And I think that's maybe what Project Helix is going to do. Maybe not now, but I think originally it was going to be one of those situations where you could swap out certain components to upgrade every few years, as opposed to releasing a Half-Life console. I really think that that's going to be a possibility. Yeah. See? So, I mean, it's that you could just wipe that fear right out of your head, right? Because you already know that if you had the ability to upgrade on your console, you would do it, right? So then don't even worry about that, because moving to to something where you have the ability to do so, you're going to do it anyhow. So maybe it's more of a fear of spending too much money. But no, you'll be fine. I mean, with PCs, you don't have to upgrade. You can run them forever, man. I won't say forever, but you can run them for quite a long time. I mean, I typically upgrade my processors every 3 or 4 years, my video cards every 2 to 3 years, depending on the situation. More so now because I'm completely out of console, and I don't have to have a console sitting next to me to play games that I can't play on my PC. That's the only reason I ever had a console. Yeah, you already know that. I want to buy a second PC for gaming, but I am so that's right. You have a PC right now that you strictly use for streaming. Yeah, that's a smart way to do it. I'm bad with new upgrades. Okay, so I guess I missed the beginning of that. So look at Smokey. Smokey didn't know anything about PCs, didn't know any of that shit, right? Smokey comes and he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And he figured out how, with the help of YouTube videos and everything, there's a lot of help out there, especially from us and other people in the community. Free to Escape's always available and willing to help you as well. There's infinite resources for you to figure that out. Way more than there was 10, 15, 20 years ago. You were kind of on your own back then. Now everything does it for you. Once you get the computer up and running, everything's pretty much automated. You could have NVIDIA app automatically. Once you install a new game, it goes through and it automatically dials your graphics settings in. So you don't have to mess with any of that shit if you don't want to. Very easy to do. Windows updates are typically automatic. A lot of things update automatically. I mean, you probably already know this with your stream PC. If you have a stream PC, then you're already halfway there, really. There's not much more for you to have to do. So I know you'd be capable of it. I know you'd love it too, by the way. And then there's always the stigma that if you go PC, it's mouse and keyboard. That's not the case. 90% of games have have controller support on PC as well. And for the games you play, like Call of Duty, it's only a plus. It's all pros, zero cons. Because then you can play your Call of Duty with better settings, way more frames, with your controller still. It's just a better world altogether. If you want to switch over to mouse and keyboard, you can do that as well. So it's PC gaming is way better than it was before, and I think that's why they're almost at 50% market share with consoles right now. Where I mean, it's to the point now where everyone looks at Steam numbers for gaming. I know it's only half the picture because you're not showing Xbox or PlayStation, but looking at Steam and their numbers that they publish every month is a very good indicator of what's going on, because again, they're almost at 50% market share. And that wasn't the case 5-10 years ago. So imagine where we're going in the next 5 years from now. PC gaming will probably have an edge over console. So again, from a business perspective, why don't we start phasing out consoles? This is what happens. You guys say something, I go on a tangent for 20 minutes. No way, all that. Oh, here we go. With my credit card, it's a point program. As long as I spend, I'd likely be able to drop $800 and pay the rest in points too. Wow. In terms of baseball, our ideas and views are not home runs, but definitely at least 2 to 3 base, old man. That was me and Wolfie in so many things with my build. And as we add things like the new cam, could have gone cheaper, but I love this thing. Yeah. I mean, I started off with the 920, well, Logitech 920, whatever, just a standard webcam. I worked my way up to, I still have it under my desk. Nobody wants them. The Elgato face cam, which was my first 4K camera. It had problems like everything else Elgato. I do not recommend Elgato for some things, but yeah. And now I have an Insta360 camera. I love this thing. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. And it was only like $130, cheap. You don't have to go crazy with things. As long as they don't make characters look completely different, I'm fine with it. Yeah. Well, I mean, even when that video was put out, and everyone, there was a major backlash. They're changing the artist's views and their art directions and blah blah blah. They interviewed people that publishers and devs and some of the artists themselves and they're all for it. They're like, this is great. It's taking my vision that I can only do so much with the technology that we have right now, and and also whatever. I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. And they're making it look like what I originally envisioned. So again, I mean, it's hard to say this after what happened a couple weeks ago or last week, whatever. I think AI brings a lot to the table when it comes to games, and I think it will help a lot. I don't want people to lose their jobs. But again, we have to figure out where we're going to be on when this thing finally bursts. Where are we going to be on? What side of the AI are we going to be on? And we don't want to be on the losing side. We don't want to lose our jobs to it, but at the same time, we got to figure out how we can implement it to help us. I don't know. Either way, I was going in a different direction. I stopped myself. So I think it's gonna, as we get closer to DLSS 5, I think we're going to see much better options, because I know it was basically just kind of a proof of concept they were showing, and they gave themselves 9 months to implement it. So I think as we get closer to it, they're gonna shy away from it because of the backlash. But I think as we get closer, a month or two from release, we'll start getting different videos, and then I think they're going to start taking the time to do what they should have done in the first place, is show the artists going, that looks good. Because if the artists are happy with it, then nobody can complain, right? Right? Because that was the whole complaint, is that they were changing the image to the point where the artist, it was just taking away from the artist, right? So if the artists are on board for it, then there should be no complaints. That's what I'm getting at. The RAM Xbox question, I definitely will think I'll buy it. I want to support Xbox and support her. It's also the curiosity of this new console drives my purchase in the sense of what can it achieve and accomplish. So, okay, so the first part of your question, are you saying like the RAM is upgradable? It's the memory. It's not the RAM. The RAM's not upgradable. It's the hard drive space. It's the SSD capacity space. That's the only thing that's upgradable on the current gen consoles. Question Xbox, I definitely will. Okay, so what Project Helix is going to do, unless it changes dramatically, Project Helix is going to show you that you should be playing on PC, really is what it is. It's going to be a hybrid, right? So it's probably not going to have ported games, right? So typically games are built on PC and then they're ported to the consoles, okay? It used to be the opposite, and it's not really that case anymore. They build on PC and they scale it down to console, right? So Project Helix is probably going to, in my opinion, it's going to be closer to a PC. They're not going to have to do anything because it's probably going to utilize something along the lines of like what NVIDIA app has, where the game automatically just scales to the hardware, okay? On the fly or whatever needs to be done. So you're going to be buying basically PC versions of the game, not console versions, because they're not going to exist anymore. They're not going to have it. You probably won't see discs at all. I highly doubt this next one will have a disc. It's going to be digital only. They may sell a standalone drive for the people that are really into backwards compatibility so that they can drop their discs in there and do that. But I don't think it's going to ship with one. And it's only going to play Microsoft or Windows versions of the game. You will 100% not have access to Steam. I say again, you will 100% not have access to Steam or any other loaders. It's only going to be Microsoft Windows PC games. That's it. That's basically what you're going to be getting, is an entry level PC. But it's going to be tied to the Xbox ecosphere. If Helix allows for part swapping, 100% would make me so much more comfortable on the scale of buying a PC. Yeah, and again, I think that's possibly something they will do. I don't know if it makes sense now in the landscape of things. I can't tell you what they were planning before. I can't tell you any of that. Just from what the information that I have, business perspective on my side, that would make sense to me. Because then you can continue selling things. You can keep that console alive for a long time, right? Longer than the 7-8 years. You can probably do a full 10 years before you have to drop another one if they were going to do that, because you can keep doing upgrades every couple of years. That's the incentive to buy into their ecosphere, is that you won't have to buy another console in a few years. You could just keep upgrading the one you have now. Ain't the new graphics cards like $1,000? Well, yeah, I mean, they're expensive now. You could still get, I think the 5070 is probably one of the only ones right now where the price hasn't increased too much. It's only gone up by like $50 to $100. If you're looking at 5080s, I wouldn't. But yeah, it's not a really good time. You're probably never going to hear me after what happens here. You're probably never going to ever hear me say this again, but it's probably a better idea to buy a pre-built than it is to build one yourself right now. So that's where I would go with it. I wouldn't even be looking. I would be looking at specs. First off, what I would do is, okay, where's your budget at? Okay, where's your budget? And then put your budget, send your budget to me or one of these other guys in here. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I need. Help me, right? And then we will point you in the direction of what you should be looking at. But that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Ink and Skin, I saw that. I argue you're in mine. Okay, that's the argument. I see you. I'm trying to keep up with chat. I'm gonna lose it here. I love this. I love you guys are so talkative today, man. This is why I prefer doing this. Okay, before I lose it all. My AM3 with RX 580 is still kicking in very limited fashion, but still chugging. Finding drivers back in 2000 earlier was always fun. Yes, it was a huge pain in the ass. There is a there's a program. I don't want to get too much into it, but just you reminded me of something. There is a program, and I don't remember the name of it. You can download it if you're trying to put together an older PC like XP era, and it's like Driver Friend or something like that. I'll have to look into it again, but it'll download all the original drivers from that era, and it'll find what you need, and then install it. I used that when I had to put together a computer to modify an Xbox 360 drive that required me to be on Windows XP. All that to modify one drive. I went through this whole fucking process. It was crazy. But anyhow, I think this PC has a 4060 or 4070 in it. I mean, that would be good for gaming too. You almost want to just like, depending on what you have in your stream PC, you almost want to just build a smaller, less capable stream PC and the one you have now, turn that into your gaming PC, probably save you some money because it sounds like you're already close. Dude, if you're running a 4070 in that thing, I'd turn that into a gaming PC. 100%. Because it doesn't take much to run a stream PC. As long as you have, like, I'm running an RTX 1650 in mine. It was like $100, $130, $140. But it gives me the touring encoders. So it's not the newest, but it gives me the best possible stream for the buck. I've been looking into RTX 3050s, which would be better, but yeah. Interesting. To Ghost, we need to look into this a little further for you. Depending on what you're looking for. If you need the best of the best, then yes, $1,000 is easy money, but for good quality, you can go in the $400 to $700 range. Another fact is back when I played 360 or PlayStation, I was only comfortable playing consoles. Didn't think I'd ever consider playing PC, but then Xbox One gave the ability for me to use a keyboard and mouse and then change my view to, what maybe I can play PC. Yeah. And I'm glad you found that on your own. Not many people know that. My nephew, I've told you the story many times. My nephew, for Christmas, we got him a mouse and keyboard. And we always meet halfway. They live several hours away from us. We always meet somewhere in the middle. And this last time we were at an Airbnb, and he brought his console. He fired it up. Thank God, because we gave him a mouse and keyboard. He plugged that thing in. He started playing Fortnite, which is his game, and couldn't quite get the hang of it. So then my son sits down and goes, watch. So he plays a couple of games with this, and that our nephew, he was so enthralled. He's like, oh my God. So since then, he has learned to play mouse and keyboard. He only plays mouse and keyboard, and he's been begging me to buy or build him a PC. He wants to sell his dirt bike so he can build a PC. I told him I will not do that. If you sell your dirt bike, I will not build you a PC. That's not on the cards. I'd rather this kid spend time outside. But either way, once he found out, he was all in, man. All in. Now he wants a PC. Insta360 was my next pick. Went to the Ozbot Tiny 2 Lite. I looked at that one too, but the gimbal doesn't make sense for me. I don't get up and move. I'm always in frame. So I looked at a couple that had gimbals, and they look cool and at first, but then I'm like, I'm never going to use this. It's not for me. This one does have something to that extent. It's not much, but I mean, it does follow you if you have it set up. I can set my finger like this and it'll follow. Yeah, but I don't really care. So that's why I went with that one instead of the gimbal, because I just need the picture quality. That's all I'm looking for. If they baby step us into PC integration with this next console, I say Helix would be the best last console, teaching us, making us comfortable with the uncomfortable. Thank you. That's what I've been saying this entire time. It's just there. It's just there as a segue, as a trainer, as a way to get people prepared for being forced into PC gaming. People don't want to be forced in anything. Now, if you entice them to try something, it's a different story. But they don't want to be forced into anything. They don't want things taken away from them without notice. They don't want things put in front of them without notice. They want that comfort buffer zone. So if they were to say we're not doing consoles anymore, get a PC, immediate backlash. I get that. Do you think Project Helix will be just a crappy PC? I mean, I don't think it's going to be a crappy PC. I think it's going to be an entry level PC. It'll for us PC gamers, it's going to be something we're not interested in. We probably won't even look at it. But for PC or for console gamers, I think it's going to be a step in the right direction for them. They're going to be like, oh, I can still get a console like kind of situation, but now all of a sudden I'm getting better graphics, I'm getting more frames. Okay, this kind of makes sense. I like this. And then they'll be ready to jump into PC down the road, which is going to happen. Not worried about Steam. It's my library I want to hold. Yeah, I mean, but how many times have you, and this, I think this is where this stemmed from. How many times have you seen games on that were PC only, and you're like, God, I wish I could run Steam on my console so I can play Gray Zone Warfare, or Surrounded or something along those lines, right? It's one of those things where I think a lot of people are getting up their hopes because they were like, I can buy a $500 console and I could play Steam games without having to buy a PC. This is great. But that's kind of where it all blew up and out of proportion. And I can boldly tell you the next Project Helix is not going to be $500. The upgrade down the road will probably be $500, but it will not be $500. It's going to be a lot more than that. Not worried about at that point. Why don't you just buy a good PC for the same price where you can buy any game from anywhere? So this is the question that I've asked many times, and basically what it boils down to, Beatrunner, is that the people that are hell-bent on staying on console, regardless of what you show them or what you tell them or any numbers, it's the simplicity. It's the old Showtime rotisserie, set it and forget it. They want to be able to plug it into their TV, fire up that controller, and just play. They don't want to have to do anything. They don't, no BIOS updates, no Windows updates, no driver updates, no graphic. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to have to be playing with that. And that's the story I hear all the time. I just got home from work. I'm tired. I shoved some hot pockets in my fucking face. And now I just want to sit on the couch and veg, right? You can do all of that with a PC, but a lot of them just don't know it. A lot of them don't realize that because the stigma of PC gaming is still around for some reason. That's why I'm trying to change that. And I'm trying to tell people that it's not the same anymore. It's a lot easier. Things are so fucking automated nowadays for you. It's easy. I mean, if you have a problem, you can just Google it. And most of the time the AI will pop up and tell you exactly how to fix it. So we got to help people get out of that mentality that it's just too confusing and it's too hard to get into PC gaming, because it's not. It's really not. I use Smokey all the time. Smokey will tell you. He was one of you, and now he's one of us. He is now one of us. Welcome. And I imagine a lot of people have their fear too. You won't. I don't think you'll never lose your Xbox library. That'll never happen. That'll never happen. Even when they stop building consoles, you'll still have access to your games regardless through online emulators that they provide. Or like the Xbox app will have like a backwards compatibility thing of some sort. So I wouldn't worry about ever losing your games. That they wouldn't do that. I don't think they would do that. They would find a way to make sure that all the games that you purchase, your whole library, would be some way compatible moving forward. I don't think they leave you behind like that. Pre-builds are actually good. Okay, so now we're down to where we were talking earlier. It's cutting off the times now. I don't like that. There it goes. Weird. That was 10 minutes ago. I'm just now getting the comments from 10 minutes ago. That's how much I talk, guys. Sorry. My MSI pre-built was $1,500, and now it is $2,000. Pre-builts have went up. I bought my pre-built when we bought your 57. Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, prices are coming up, but if you do the math, I think it actually makes more sense to buy a pre-built than actually buying it yourself. Unless you can find some really good deals, it's probably a better bet, especially for, again, for the amount of money saved. It probably be in your best bet to just buy a pre-built anyhow, especially if you're one of those people that like are already nervous about making the jump, but then the thought of having to put it together yourself, all this expensive stuff that you have to piece together that you've never done before, it takes that out of the equation as well. So I kind of recommend pre-built for people that are like that anyhow. And I'd have to do the math to tell you if it makes sense either way. But if there's only $100 difference between building one and buying a pre-built, I'd probably just do the pre-built and just save yourself the headache anyhow. I will always build. I will always build by hand. I don't care. I'm not a pre-built guy. I want to build my own. I take pride, and I have a lot of fun, and it's calming to build a PC. I don't know why. It's weird, man. When I was a kid, I dealt with ADD. I still deal with it from time to time now as an adult. But electronics, man, electronics calm me the fuck down. Not that I was like hyper, but I mean, like, I was able to focus. My first memory of like serious focus was on when I was working on something electronic. That's why I've been in this all my life. I've always enjoyed doing that. My wife will tell you. If I'm having a day, I just go outside and I start building something. A buddy streams on the RX 580. It won't game, but streams fine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I used some older equipment. Then when I found out that that AMD is not good for streaming because their encoders are garbage, I started jumping into NVIDIA stuff. But I used to run. It was some stupid HD like 65. It was something really stupid in my very first stream PC because that's all I had, and I couldn't figure out why my stream looked like garbage. And then I found out, and I'm like, okay. So then I had to start running some older stuff. I think it was it was an RTX 1050 that I had, that I was using that for streaming for a long time. It's a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060 8 gig. Okay, still not a bad. Nowadays, like 12 gig is kind of like where you want to be when it comes to the VRAM. 8 gig will still give you a good time. You're probably going to be stuck to 1080p gaming. You're not going to be able to jump up to 1440. You might be able to, but you're going to get some lower frames. That's a great computer for 1080p gaming. I don't know what you play on now. 100% people like Smokey jumped right into the pool. A lot of people chill in the 1F and would like to slowly walk into the 7F section. I know what you're saying. I would just say face your fears. Not that you're afraid of it, but I mean, we can be honest with each other. I know we're men and we're not afraid of shit, but I mean, we have fears, right? We have fears. And I can see that being a fear because, again, like I said, that's uncharted territory for you. Even if you might not know people that have them, and you don't know really what you're doing, and it's just kind of the fear of unknown type deal. So I mean, I also know people that like to do that. They like to slowly get in the water, and then people like myself that just fucking cannonball in the deep end. And as we're jumping in, we're like, "Hey, can we even swim?" That's me. That's me, dude. I'm head first in everything I fucking do. We'll worry about it later. Let's go. I still got the 3060 sitting in the box. My plan is to upgrade to DDR5, take the 5070 out, slap 36 back in the old setup, and do a new case, fans, cooler of the new DDR5 setup. Yeah. And then that 3060, either sell it or make that like your stream PC or something. Give that to the wife. Give that to the girl. 3060s are coming back, dude. I mean, they're gonna re-release those things this year, which is wild because as far as the industry wants to keep going forward, now we're gonna re-release a card that is pretty much phased out by now. The 4060s have taken that spot, and the 5060s are starting to take over that spot. Okay, I see what he did there. Once you get past the nuggets, the water's fine. I see what he's doing. Okay. He's talking waist deep, people. Oh, man. A handful of fun times I've seen Steam games I would like, but it's a shoulder shrug, a want, not a need. And you know what? the whole gaming thing is a want, not a need, right? This is our hobby. This isn't a necessity. So it's at your leisure to treat your hobby the way that you want to treat it. I'm not here to change you. I'm just here to offer you an incentive. That's all. Just chilling with the kids and old people. I'll be over momentarily. We're men. We build things with our hands. We poop with the door open. We make our own beef jerky. What movie is that from? 16 gig is a sweet spot. Yes, absolutely. Yes. 8 is your entry level. 12 is kind of like your that's your current. 12 is your current like minimum. I wouldn't say minimum. What do you want to recommended? Maybe 16 is a sweet spot. Anything above 16, and like you're paying more for electricity than the rest of us. Oh man, crazy to think that 16 gigs used to be what you wanted for system RAM, and now it's what you want for RAM. Yeah, 16 is your entry, 32 is your standard, 64 is, I mean, kind of future proof. In the world of gaming, I won't say this for other things, but when the world of gaming, 64 is it's not necessary. 32 is where you want to be. 16 is almost to the point where it's not enough. Now, if you're in a workstation or you're doing anything with AI, I've learned this the hard way. 64 is pretty much where you want to be when it comes to those things there. So, but again, not many people are like that. If you're just gaming, 16 will do you. 32 is where you want to be. Once you get your PC set up, all you have to do is click a button and your game will play. Yeah, this is an old, I wouldn't say an old mother's tale, but this is an old problem that PC gaming always had throughout its life cycle, and why consoles were always the better choice for people that didn't want to have to monkey with shit, is that it was driver updates. You had all these updates, and you had to do this and you had to do that, and it wasn't, when you got your game, you'd have to you spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes in your settings. You got to set the right, you got to set the right resolution, and you got to get your VSync on there, and then you got to set your graphics to medium, high, low, whatever, and then you get in the game, and then you set them too high because you didn't know, you're like, I want the epic graphics, dude, and I want to play at 4K, and then your game crashes or it doesn't play, or you're only getting 3 frames, and you're like, well, now what do I do? A lot of that has been taken care of. A lot of it's been taken care of. Most everything besides BIOS, everything is automated. Can anyone tell me different? Maybe I'm just not. I'll drink again. Wow. My phone is still blowing up. But that's what I've been saying, Beat Runner, is that's that's kind of that's part of the fear of coming up to PC gaming, is that there's too many things to do. It's too confusing. I don't want to spend. I only have an hour to game every day. I don't want to spend 15 minutes of that getting my computer to run in the first place. Everything is automated now. Wife, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate you. I more than appreciate it. I love the shit out of you. How's that? It reminds me of Jingle All the Way, when Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's so used to saying, and remember, you're my number one customer. And then he hangs up with the wife. And as he's wrapping up with the wife, instead of saying, I love you, he was preoccupied. He goes, and remember, you're my number one customer. Oh, thanks, wife. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Kind of along the same lines. Yeah. You're my number one fan. Well, that kind of works though, doesn't it? Anyhow, I miss my number one fan. Anyhow. Oh, you caught up to chat. Take a drink. Yeah, either keep it or sell it to a buddy who wants to get into the PC world. Bro, I mean, you're doing the Lord's work out there. This guy's upgrading his shit and then selling it to his buddies so they can be part of it as well. If my hat came off, I would tip it to you, sir. I tip my hat to you, sir. There you go. Come on in, fellers. The water is fine. I like that. Even some BIOS updates can be done in Windows, and it's pretty automatic. Yeah, there is a way of doing. Yeah, they have some of them do. And you're absolutely right. That's what it was, like driver updates and things like that. I'd stay up on mine myself, but I mean, I've always done that. I mean, I'm not afraid of doing my own maintenance. Not a problem. But when you build your computer, depending on what motherboard you have, there will be a suite or some type of like app. I mean, everything's called an app nowadays. That coincides with your motherboard, and what it does is it constantly talks to the servers of the motherboard company to see if there's any new drivers or updates, even BIOS updates. I think a lot of them will do a BIOS updates now too. So you open that up from time to time, or just set it so it automatically does everything while you're sleeping or whatever, and then you don't have to worry about anything. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Keyboards and mouse even have some apps. They do. Some of them have screens. I thought this keyboard was crazy. I like this keyboard. This is my 65% or 60%. This right here. This is so cool, dude. It's a volume button, and then you press it to mute. I mean, that's pretty cool, man. I actually use it quite a bit, more so than I ever thought I would. It wasn't a selling point for me, but I thought it was cool, and then now I use it all the time. So I think the next keyboard I get, if I get another one down the road anytime soon, will have to have that feature as well. But that's probably becoming more and more common. I love the shit out of you too. All right, there you go. It's mutual. I'll give you first dibs on the PC entry level build. Oh, look at that. Smokey's reaching out to you. I think, you know what? Little Hog did the same thing. He has a computer that's been sitting in his closet. And he told Peak, he's like, dude, just come over and get it. It's yours. They live fairly close to each other, I think, within a few hours. Well worth the drive for a free computer, I'll tell you that much. Right? I even told him, I was like, man, I might just get in my car and I'll see you down there in a day or two. I might just have to drive down that way. But it wasn't offered to me, so I didn't do that. The 1 to 2 hour college kids, 1 to 2 hour college kids or dads is a great point. And to add to that, like what happened to you yesterday, if they log on the game, but something goes weird, they don't know how to fix it, or it takes 45 minutes. Or okay, but let me explain to you. I am my own worst enemy, brother. What happened to me yesterday, what happens to me all the time is me. I get in my way, I step on my own foot. I shoot myself in the foot from time to time, and then I shoot myself in the foot again before it even heals. What I was doing yesterday was something that nobody would be doing. Nobody would be doing, especially somebody that just built a gaming PC and wants to play games on it. Nobody would be doing what I did. So a lot of the problems that I have are because things that I do. So don't take that as like the problems that I have. Don't ever think that has anything to do with PC gaming, because it's usually my fucking fault. It's usually my fault. But yeah, that is a lot of what we see, right? Is that, you know, I only have so long to game. I see it on Reddit. I see it all over the place. So it's not just here. It's a mutual thought, right? There's a lot of people that have the same thought. But what I'm saying is that it's not like that. Once you set your computer up, you spend an hour with it, setting it up, installing Steam and all your games, and you get everything in there, and then you set up all your apps so that they automatically do driver updates, this and that, but everything's set up, right? Then that's all you have to do. Every time you fire up your computer, or you know, I leave mine on all the time. You know, every time you sit down, you just double click the game you want to play, and you're gaming. You're gaming. Now, games crash on PC just like they do on console, and a lot of the times they crash back to the desktop. So there's really no difference there. Sometimes they crash the entire computer. That's not as common. It's from time to time. But computers nowadays, they boot within 10, 20 seconds? Not like it was back in the day when we were on mechanical hard drives and it took Windows XP 5 minutes to boot. Those days are gone. That's all gone. It's everything's very, very quick nowadays. If you're still on a full-size keyboard, make the swap to a 60%. It's worth it. Absolutely. I only use a full-size keyboard. I have this is a wireless job that I've had for fucking years. I used to use this with Raspberry Pis. I used to use this whenever I was troubleshooting people's computers. This is a nice computer. This is a nice keyboard to have with you when I take it places, things like that. But I use this because I do a lot of DaVinci, and I need some of these keys I don't have on mine, my 60%er. So full size keyboards are still needed from time to time, but when it comes to gaming, you really don't need it, especially if you use a controller. um, well, like what if you turn on your PC and then all you get is a black or blue screen? I mean, that's not common. That's not common. I mean, that kind of stuff happened, years ago, but that's not a common problem. That's typically from people like myself messing with their computer, right? And again, I do things on my computer that most people won't do or never will do. So yeah, exactly. Skin, thank you, buddy. It's very rare that kind of shit happens, and usually a reboot will fix that. Um, my advice to you is if that happens, have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in? A part goes out, but you don't know what or how to fix it. Now that's a viable comment. I can see that. The thing is that very rarely do you have components that just go out. That's not a common thing. That's a very another rare thing. I mean, you probably hear about the 4090s burning out and the cables are burning and things, but those are on very high end things. Again, not most people are going to have problems with. And again, that is a very small number of people from that category that are having the issues, but it's brought to the forefront. People see that and they're like, I definitely want to get into gaming now if my computer is going to start on fire. But again, that's a very, very, very rare thing. I actually think, well, yeah. If I say this the wrong way, it'll be taken the wrong way, so I'm just not going to say it at all. There are you are overcomplicating for no reason. I see. Well, I don't think he's overcomplicating it. I think these are just things that he's been subjected to thanks to our media, right? So he doesn't know who it's happening to. He just knows that it happens on PC games or PC gaming. So it's for us that know, we're just like, oh yeah, those those goofballs, that's what they get for spending $2,000 on a video card. We're just laughing it off, whatever. Partially because I don't want to spend $2,000 on a video card, but either way, we can tell you that is a problem that doesn't affect many of us. That's a 1% problem, but Penguin doesn't know that because he just sees what the news tells him, and the news is telling him video cards are blowing up, people's houses are burning down. That so like, how would he know? And I'll defend you on this because I see how this cycle works. These are horror stories you hear, and you know what I mean. Yeah. I agree with you. A lot of these horror stories are again from a very, very long time ago. These things don't typically happen. The parts are built better nowadays. I mean, we always had to worry about static electricity, especially when building these things. I mean, you could put a whole computer together, it wouldn't boot up. You'd find out that you fried your RAM because you were standing on the carpet when you built the damn thing. Nowadays, I mean, that's still an issue, but not as much as it used to be. Very rarely do you buy parts, throw it in your computer, they don't work. I mean, there's always going to be, that small number of things that are broken right out of the gates, but that goes for everything, anything. How many of you bought anything off of Amazon and got it home, or got it delivered and it was broken in the box or whatever? I mean, that happens. I mean, you could have bought a console, got it home, and it didn't boot. Got a bad one right off the bat. Kind of the same thing. As a console guy, these are just horror stories you hear, and for me, I'm like, thank God I don't have a PC. Right, and that's why I'm trying. That's why I'm on this pilgrimage or crusade. We'll say crusade with a lot less deaths to try to convert you guys, man. I'm here to let you know that it's not as bad as it sounds. In this case, the grass is kind of greener on the other side. Mainly because we have higher FPS. You only hear of the rare issues. You don't hear of the people playing their systems for years with no issue. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing. You're always only going to hear about the negatives. And a lot of the times in this situation, the negatives only pertain to a very small amount of people. It's not a common thing. And the other thing is the numbers also show that people are getting more into PC gaming. PC gaming again is almost at 50% market share, which was unheard of 10 years ago. Hell, 2 years ago. I think people are getting closer, and they're more willing to get into PCs, especially after COVID. People are stuck inside. You know, well, let's try a computer. Why not? Fuck it. I think PC gaming was a minority. I think it's still kind of, but I think that going forward, the next few years, console gaming is going to become the minority. PC gaming is going to be the majority. And at some point, you're either going to come over on your own accord and you're going to try it and go, wow, you guys were right. It's not that bad. Or you're going to be forced, with a lack of consoles, you're going to be forced to come to PC gaming, and then you're going to realize it's the same thing. And a lot of the time it's people that don't build them right either. Yes, yeah, that is also true. I hear a lot of people that, like, okay, so when you get your CPU, sometimes depending on the CPU, it'll have like a little thin piece of plastic over it, like a lot of things do. People will miss it and they won't take that plastic off. They'll put thermal paste over that, or not at all, and then they fire their computer up. Those things do happen. But that's why you kind of research and you follow tutorials and you get help from people every step of the way if you've never done it before. And this is another reason why buying a pre-built is probably a better answer this day and age. Takes all the guesswork out of it. It's already built for you. It's already the rock. It already has Windows on it. You fire it up. You might have to, because it's Windows, you might have to spend half hour, 45 minutes doing updates for Windows itself, depending on how old whatever. Either way. Wasn't there an issue with the power supply cable to the newer GPUs for a bit? Yeah, and the companies are stepping up and they're making better cables, aftermarket companies. I read a story this morning about that a company made a cable that was better than what factory made, right? It was an aftermarket cable that was supposed to keep up with the heat and the power that's going through it, right? Well, it was so good. This cable is so much better than the other ones that it actually fried the 4090 it was connected to. Because basically this is the way it is. The 4090 was drawing so much power that, because of certain reasons, and these are kind of rare instances, the cable would act like a fuse, kind of, and the cable would burn out before the GPU would burn out. This company made a cable that's so good and wouldn't burn out that it actually burned the processor out, or burnt the GPU out, because So again, these are all problems. But again, these are for 4090s and 5090s that are having these problems. How many people besides Manic Nomad have one of those? Nobody. It's a very small amount of people that are affected by that. That's big console trying to push a narrative. Yeah. Sup, Nuke? What's going on, buddy? Good afternoon, dude. What's going on? I had to look and see what time it was. Yeah, things are great. Just got these guys giving me a hard time. We're trying to persuade Penguin to dip his toes in the PC gaming pool, if you will. I'm never gonna give up on Penguin. I'm always gonna lean on him a little bit. I'm not gonna be pushy, but I'm always gonna lean on him, because I have a feeling that he's one of those guys that doesn't have regret for a lot of things, but once he finds out something he's been doing wrong his entire life, he'll have regret that he didn't do it sooner. One of those things. Not that he's doing anything wrong, but he has cemented himself as a gamer. Okay. I understand people on consoles, a lot of them are casual gamers. Again, the 1 to 2 hour guys. I only have an hour or two to game every night. I don't want to have to fuck around with a PC. I just want to be able to plug it in, eat my Hot Pocket while I'm playing games on my couch. Okay. I get that. But those are casual gamers. Penguin, you're not a casual gamer. You're not a casual gamer. And I think it's time for you to graduate. It's time. You've proven to everybody, including yourself, that you are going to be a gamer probably for the rest of your life. You love it. You're willing to pump all your money, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not a word we use very often anymore because not many people have money anymore. Your disposable income. Sorry, I haven't used that word in a while. Disposable income. You are willing to put all your disposable income into gaming. You are the guy. You are what PC gaming is looking for. I'm Uncle Sam. We want you. Telling you. You're missing out. That's all I'm saying. Some people believe that streaming gaming is the way of the future and no PC or console needed at all. Yes, cloud gaming. Yeah. Yes. I'm one of those people. I don't think I'm not saying that it's the best. You're always going to get your, local hardware is always going to give you the best of everything, right? But if you have the internet and you have the capability to do it, cloud gaming is a very viable, cheap way of gaming. So again, cloud gaming is being brought into the forefront, and it's going to continue to be pushed. And this was what Phil was originally trying to do, and Asha may end up going back to it. We're going to get away from consoles. PC gaming and cloud gaming are going to be where it's at. It's going to happen. As far as no PC, that's probably going to happen as well. With AI, cloud gaming, there will be no need to have any local hardware. And I think the industry's probably trying to get us used to that as well. I mean, you can't buy anything. It's crazy through the roof pricing. Like, you guys don't need your PCs anymore, okay? We'll handle everything. Okay, just subscribe to us and we'll handle everything for you. My husband will always build a PC. Yes. Will always build my PC. Yes. Still to this day, she has the best build in the house. Not the most powerful, but she has the best build. I love her computer. I just love the aesthetics, the way it's built. I love the way just everything looks in it. I love it. I love her PC. Think about a way of stealing it back. I don't know. As he should. Yes. 12 gauge GPU cable. Good Lord. Buy a PC off the shelf and still have to update it. That's how it is. Because you got to think that Windows does updates like every other day, right? So if that computer was built 6 months ago and has been sitting on a shelf for 6 months, it's not updating itself. That means as soon as you get home, you got to update it. You have to do the same thing with consoles, though. They just don't take as long. How long does a console update usually take? 15, 20 minutes? Something like that? 20 minutes max, maybe? Depending on how many updates you're behind. But it's the same thing. I mean, a console sits on the shelf, you get it home, the first thing you have to do is fucking update it. I'm running a 9090. I'm from the future. Hey, my toes have already been dipped. I play on a keyboard. That's good. My irresponsible income, good sir. I'm not telling you how to make it. I'm not telling you how to spend it. I'm just saying you obviously spend money on your games. I'm just trying to get you to spend it a little wiser. That's all. Literally need the subs power to run it. Yes. That's what I told Manny, because I always tell him he has to have a little power plant in his backyard to run his 4090 in his PC. He laughs and says, "Yeah, I'm getting it installed next week." I project 78% PC by 2035. Nine years from now. You might be onto something here. You might be onto it. My only fear is that you're going to be part of the 22%. Shadow Reaper. Hello. I have a small nuclear power plant in the backyard. That's his hobby. That Subnuke's hobby is he he's been building a small nuclear reactor in his backyard because he has the skill set to do so. I love it. Absolutely love it. I missed something. I wanted to go back to it. All right, Penguin, one more thing I saw this earlier and I wanted to touch base on it. And I think I already did, but I'm going to give you another perspective here. So a part goes out, but you don't know what or how to fix it, right? Okay. So your console just doesn't work one day. Just you go to press the button, nothing. Okay. What do you do? What do? You take it to your local game shop and you pay them whatever, or you send it into Microsoft, you pay them whatever, right? Well, with a PC, it typically doesn't work that way. The power, something will happen. And if the power doesn't come on, that typically means possibly a power supply. I don't know, but yes, there are a lot more components involved. But once you get into PC gaming, and the only thing you want to do is learn more and more about PC gaming. By the time something doesn't work in your PC, you'll probably have yourself to the point where you're pretty good at troubleshooting the PC to begin with, and it won't be an issue. You can't do that with a console. I mean, you can. It's a lot harder though. It's a lot harder, and parts aren't as readily available. But you can do it. Do you feel comfortable pulling your console apart? Have you ever taken your console apart? Any of them? Have you ever taken any console apart and looked at what's inside of them or any of that stuff? Because you're probably going to be the guy that sent it in, right? So it's kind of the same thing with the PC. You're just going to send it in or take it to a computer repair shop and have them fix it. So that's kind of the same thing as the console. But I think I know people are going to, they have more, there's a better chance that people on PC are going to tear their shit apart and figure it out than a console person's going to. And that just comes with owning a PC. I panic, then find someone to fix it. So you could do the same thing with PC, but I really think that once you get into PC, like everybody else, you're going to start fidgeting with it. You're going to start looking at it differently. You're going to start like, what does this part do? And what does this do? And you're going to start learning and teaching yourself. And again, by the time something doesn't work in your PC, you'll probably be good enough to do that. Now, I can't speak for everyone because there was somebody that was part of this community for a long time that was gifted a PC and they played it, they used it, but they had no intention of learning anything about it or upgrading or doing any of that. So there are people, I can't say everybody, but there are people that do get PCs pre-built, whatever. And once they have problems, they just, I don't want to mess with it. And that's fine. That's fine. But I think I think that's a minority. I think a lot of people that jump into PC gaming eventually learn the ins and outs and they know everything about it. So I can't say in every instance because that one really sticks with me because I tried getting this person to just, come on, man, you can do it. Just learn, just pull up Google and Google what this is. And, and they were hellbent. They were stubborn, just as stubborn as I am in certain things. They were stubborn. I do not want to learn my PC. I just want to play it. That's it. So, pop quiz hot shot. What do you do? I love Speed. I love that movie. Yes and no. I'll be at that 22% and 78%. Have a Helix PC and switch to. I don't know, man. There wouldn't be any reason. There wouldn't be any incentive. The only incentive for me to keep my console was the game I was playing, just because PUBG, yes, it is available on PC, but it didn't have crossplay, and for very good reason because there's no aim assist. So the only way I could play that game with my friends was to stay on the console. And then I was forced to play it with controller as well when I 100% moved over to mouse and keyboard. 99%. Sorry, I forgot about Hitman. But anyhow, I don't think if you had a PC, you would have the Helix as well. And if you did, I really think that the Helix would probably not get any gameplay. You probably wouldn't even use it. Because I can't think of one thing that the Helix, as of right now, with the information we have, I can't think of one thing that the Helix brings to the table that the PC isn't already going to do better. But I don't know. We do live in an age of technology, but still got to troubleshoot and scary to take things apart. Yeah, I agree. But again, YouTube videos, man. Everybody and their baby mama puts out YouTube videos. Everybody. Saturated market again. But if you Google anything, you will find answers and very quick answers, videos everywhere, step by step. There's so much information out there. Does it take time? Yes, it does. Is it a fun afternoon project on a lazy day that you were otherwise doing nothing? Yeah. And it's fun. Pull both my Series S and X more than once and change the thermal paste. Question, because they take the liquid stuff. Do you put liquid back on them, or do you take that off and go with the old gray shit? So a company that, and I want to get, I really want to get my hands on this. You're only going to be able to buy them from Noctua in September, I think. The new reimagined or re-released 5800X3D processors are going to come with them. They are thermal pads. It's an active thermal pad that never has to be changed. It never dries out. Okay. This thing, I want this bad. And the only way for me to get it is either buy that processor or to wait until September. But I have a 5800X3D, and these things are saying that people are saying that these are going to reduce temperatures by like 10. That's fucking crazy. So anyhow, what I'm getting at is that it'd be nice to have these out in the wild right now, because the number one I'd like to do it to both my PCs, but I would like to pull my Series X and slide it in there and see what that does and see if it makes any difference. Not that those things overheat, but they could pump out some heat from time to time. I tried taking my Xbox apart because that overheated issue, but I got scared and started accidentally cutting the wires. So I stopped and hope nothing else bad happened. Your Series X was overheating, or are you talking like an older Xbox? So the Series X's don't typically overheat unless you put them in a confined space or you set them sideways. I never recommend putting those things sideways. Don't want to cut. Oh, okay, I didn't sever, but I had partly because of wire trying to take a fan out. I got you. Okay. Blue screens of death. That's right. If I buy the Helix in 2028, 2029, I'm goons. I want to get my use out of it for the next 5 to 10. You know what I mean? No, I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, all the games that you have, all the games that you would be able to buy on it, that means that you need to buy a PC before the Helix comes out, because you're going to be playing games that you could be playing on your PC at a higher fidelity, higher resolution, higher FPS, blah, blah, blah. You're going to be playing those same games on the Helix that's going to be neutering that all, basically. So you're going to be driving your Pinto, your Ford Pinto, and leaving your Corvette out front. Which I kind of get if gas prices, I kind of get it. I understand that. But normally you'd want to drive the Corvette and not the Pinto. But that's the best analogy I can give you for that. They don't run liquid metal. What? I missed something. Pull both my Series. Oh, I'm sorry, Series. Okay, so never mind. I thought I was thinking PlayStation for some reason. Sorry. Yes, they do not take liquid metal. They don't take the liquid shit. The PlayStation 5 does. The thermal pads are great too. Been thinking about putting it on this PC when I redo it. As soon as I get my hands on one, as soon as I can get my hands on, they're only going to be like $15. As soon as I get my hands on it, I spend that on, I spend that on a small tube of really good thermal grizzly, like I said, I'm going to buy a handful of them. And I'm going to try them on everything. The last time I did the S and X, I did the Cryonaut. Yeah, I run the same shit. It doesn't make too big of a difference on the Series X that I've noticed, because I did do that right after, the 2 years is up or whatever. I've done it twice, I want to say. That made a huge difference on the OG Xbox, the 360, a huge difference on the 360. The Xbox One, I didn't really notice much of a difference. Now on the Xbox One X, it made a huge difference. Way more heat being pumped out the back now. But I rebuilt the whole thing. I mean, I took the whole thing apart. I put an SSD drive in the damn thing, and yeah, I completely converted it over for PUBG reasons, and then I gave it to my daughter when I got my Series X 6 years ago. So, and it just sits there now. It never gets used ever. Driving Corvette with Pinto engine. My current Xbox, I talk about it sometimes. My current Xbox unfortunately has an overheating issue that shuts itself off or shuts down my game. So I went in to try and clean it or fix it, but I actually cut a wire, taking a fan out. So I stopped, put it back together, and been praying since then. Oh no, that means your fan's not working at all. I mean, it could have been the wire that went to the RPM. Do you notice that your fan speed is at like 100% all the time? Which actually you might have done it a favor. There's typically 3 or 4 wires when it comes to those fans, and you have it depends on if it's running PWM. I'm going to speak Spanish here for a second. You have your negative, you have your positive because it's DC power, and then you have one that typically is like an RPM regulator, and it tells the motherboard at what RPM it's running at. Sometimes there's a 4th wire that can base it off heat. I've seen fans that have like little thermal things on them to detect how much heat is coming through, so they can, yeah. So anyhow, if you cut one of those wires, make sure your fan's running, period. So it sounds like you are in the market for a thermal paste. This is common. This is very, very, you need to re-tim. You need to re-tim your shit, man. This is very common because it's well known factories use crappy thermal paste. With the exception of PlayStation going the route of the liquid shit, which is there's pros and cons to that liquid stuff. We won't get into that now, but it's always best to but I think we have the right to repair now, so we can, even if there is a factory seal, we can fix it ourselves without worry of warranty. Basically, if you're out of warranty now, Penguin, you should have somebody, if you're not comfortable doing it yourself, you should have somebody go in there, break it down, and put new thermal paste on the APU. I'm out of water. So that's probably what you need to do. For the same reason I'm never hands-on with my cars, I'm scared to break something more than what's already the issue. So I take it to the dealership every time. I gotcha. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Again, I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money and tell you how to do and everything. Like my wife always tells me when it takes a lot of different people to make up the world. And I get that. I understand that. So maybe not you, but maybe a repair place can take a look at your Xbox and get her back up to, I mean, you might as well. Otherwise, it's going to burn out and you're going to have to get yourself a new one. But that just the maintenance, man. Just typical maintenance. You do it with your car. You're going to want to do it with your console as well. If you don't do it, you're going to want to have somebody else do the maintenance for you. But I would stop praying. And I would start taking action. You all right? I'm just having my dinner. Yeah, I've been talking for a while, almost 3 hours. I had this problem every time I talk for a long period of time. I started losing my voice a little bit. A little raspy. But I love what I do here, guys. I love this conversation. I love talking to you guys. I'm gonna try to make things a little more, fix it by breaking it. So I take it to dealerships every time. No matter how bad you fuck up, there's always someone that can fix it. Amen. Amen. I don't typically advertise other people. But there's this really good guy. I like him for many different reasons, but he is probably one of the best console repair guys on the planet. He has a website called Tronics Fix. On YouTube, I do not have the link for you. Just look up Tronics Fix. His name is Steve. He's a fucking great guy, just a great human in general. But this guy can fix anything. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the stuff that he gets is stuff that was repaired by other people or other shops. They get sent to him. He repairs them, sends them back, whatever. If you want to see some in-depth, like there's no way he's going to be able to fix this console type deal, like it's been sitting in mud for 10 years type deal, you got to watch this guy. He's amazing. Absolutely amazing. My fan works, but it's loud, so I have an external fan on top of the Xbox to help pull out more airflow in my room warm by like 5 degrees. It feels so my house is always 66 degrees to combat and fight the heat in the room and Xbox. Yeah, it sounds like the wire was either desperately needed for maybe the fan to keep it from only going buck nasty when it needs it, and it's probably loud all the time now, or you're having such a problem with heat because, again, the thermal paste, that the fan has to work that hard to do it. The only wire I can think of that you might have broke when you're trying to get the fan out would be maybe you broke the antenna. You're not using Wi-Fi, I assume? Are you hardwired? It could have been your Wi-Fi antenna that you disconnected. Wensleydale cheese? Never heard of that. Is it good? Is it pungent? Does it have a pungent smell to it? Permanent turbo mode on that fan now? Yeah. So we used to do that with the 360s. We used to modify them. It was with the 5-volt and the 9-volt mod. You grab power off the hard or off the disk drive, and or you can take it right off the motherboard, depending on how good you were with a soldering iron. But we would actually make it so that our fans were like not full, but pretty damn close, like 80%, 75, 80%, like at all times. And that helped with the older fat 360s. So I'm with you, but I mean, do you really want to sit in a room where this thing is and heat's going everywhere and you're just trying to game, dude? Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. Penguin, take your shit to a repair facility and have them fix it. You'll have to do without your Series X for a couple of days, but that's when you play your Switch. I know you're a Switch guy too, so. Otherwise, the next time you come in here, it's probably going to be, it's a sad day, guys. The Xbox finally took a shit. And it was preventable. I'm on a cord, not Wi-Fi, so you run Ethernet. So, I mean, that wire, if it hasn't affected anything and nothing has changed since that wire has been disconnected or cut or severed or whatever, that could be one of the Wi-Fi antennas. And you won't notice it until you try to use Wi-Fi, and then you don't get a signal and there's problems, and yeah. That means your access is worn out, replace it, because at the end of the life, it's loud. Oh, you're talking about the fan? Well, if the fan is loud because it's like it's running at 100%, that's different than if it's making a grinding noise. Does it sound like it's, like a bad wheel bearing? Because that is something, that's another common thing. Not with Series X's that I remember. The Xbox One Slim, the One S, when they converted them down and they made them a little smaller and different fans and stuff, those fans started to have have problems. Those ones started to have problems. I remember replacing a couple of those because the bearings would go bad and you hear this clicking noise, or it would be a grinding noise while it was trying to run. Yeah, not good. Do you notice the controller disconnects if you're only like 10 feet away? It's strength 2, but tastes stronger than a 2. It's a bit like a salad cheese you could enjoy with salad. So like a blue cheese or like a feta. I like feta. I mean, my slogan's everything's better with feta. I might have to check that out. Depends on what kind of loud it is, but yeah, that's something to check. I need to get the PS into the shop because I don't have the soldering iron or patience to swap the HDMI port. Oh no, dude, that's one of the problems I've seen the most with PlayStations is their the HDMI port. For some reason, I don't know if it just gets wiggled loose or they're just bad. But I see that's a common issue with the PlayStation 5s. The other common issue is the disk drives go bad. My son has one, and we were going to buy a new drive and try to replace it our own. But the same week he got a PC, and guess what? He doesn't play anymore. That PlayStation has been literally under his desk collecting dust for 2 years now. Same with a broken hard drive. I told him, like if you're not going to use this anymore, you should take the SSD out of there that he bought when it was brand new, what he paid like $300 for, and he should try to sell that, recoup some of that money, put that back into his PC. I mean, that thing's got to be he could probably get the same amount of money out of it now. Yeah, it's the fan. It's loud, just the fan. Quite a healthy cheese. Controller's fine though, the whole apartment. Okay. Bit like beta in a way. If you see it in the USA, it's worth a try, but not if it's expensive. You know, spoiler alert, the wife and I, we like our charcuterie boards. And we do make them from time to time. Not as often as we used to. Oh, I just found something I was looking for. Here we go. We call it I'm writing this down. Wensleydale cheese. All right. Wife will be excited about that. She loves new stuff. My PlayStation 5 took a tumble and landed on the port with the cord in and hasn't put out display in a while. The board is fine, but the points are broke. Oh, yeah. Ooh, you lucked out, bro. You lucked out. That's why that's right there's another great example. When people bring me things to repair one of my side hustles, they always bring it with all the plugs plugged in and wrapped around whatever it is. My mom who's fucking notorious for this shit. And I'm like these things are gonna break in transit. Like if the plugs come out, unplug them, put the plugs in a bag or wires or whatever. Like don't travel with these things wrapped around it. And her excuse, and I think this is an excuse for a lot of people, is I don't know what plugs go where. But you can't accidentally plug something in the wrong thing because the plugs are all, it's like remember that toy you had when you were a kid and you put the round cylinder in the round hole and you put the triangle in the triangle. It's one of those things. So like I don't really repair things for her anymore, but I still get that from time to time from people where they bring me consoles, they bring me things and the cords are wrapped around the device and they're still plugged in and it's usually when I get it, it looks like this. The cord's doing this because they pulled it so tight to wrap it, like controllers. Remember when you wrap your controller and you wrap it really fucking tight so it looked good, but then you started to see it was starting to wear at the very top. So what I did is I put my two fingers at the top so that my fingers would create a little loop for the initial. So there's a little bit of breathing room for the end of the cord there, and then I would wrap it. It's one of those things. Not saying you did anything wrong, just reminded me of that. It's like, unplug your shit, man. And it's just likely just an overdrive. I hear there's people from USA, if you gave them some cheese and it tastes good enough, they will tip $50. Yeah. We tip because we're in a tipping society, not because the cheese is good. But you're definitely not wearing jeans in that room with the AC off. It's a very crumbly, like feta, more crumbly even. I love it warm, dude. It's we don't even turn on. Our air is on, but we keep it at 75. Perfect in the winter. Quite Moorish taste, but I moved the entertainment center by itself and it fell off while connected. Been almost 2. Oh, I got you. I didn't think you were transferring. You of all people would know, not to do that. It just reminded me of that, and I think that was actually one of the videos where, oddly enough, a PlayStation 5 goes to a repair shop. They bring it in with the cords all attached and all wrapped around the fucking console. Been almost 2 years. Do you even need it, or are you just going to repair it so that you can sell it? Peak. What's up, baby? I was talking about you earlier, man. Rick, Metal, and I are going to be playing PUBG this evening. If you get the urge to come slurm it with the boys, I think I have room in my backpack for you and Rick. I'll never stop inviting you, even though I know you aren't going to accept. Bro, I appreciate you, man. You're the best. I don't know if I'd be welcome in that bunch anymore. I don't know if you know what happened, but yeah, I'm not. But you're right, I wouldn't play the game. I will absolutely stop by though if you're streaming, brother. I'll absolutely stop by and hang out with you for a little while. But I'm not I'm not really allowed in that circle anymore. So anyhow, moving on. Moving on. Wolfie misses it big and she gets mad at me all the time. Oh, she wants the console? That's when you just take the controller and you hook it up to the PC and go, here you go, babe. That's funny. That is hilarious. I don't know. I mean, I think most people that I know, and maybe this is just a fanboy thing, and maybe that's why, you know, maybe that's why we've all come together here. Is not only do we like games, but we prefer Xbox over PlayStation. I don't know. But most people I know all have Xboxes. Really, the only person I know that's 100% going to stay on console and never get a PC, because I'm still putting Penguin in the category of he can be turned. Uncle Bubba. Uncle Bubba is the only guy that I know that is on PlayStation. He will never sway from PlayStation, and he will never buy a PC. With him, that's the only exception. He's the only exception, and I very rarely see him anymore. I know, Peak, but it would be extremely awkward. It'd be extremely awkward. Not that I can't. Not that I'm saying like I can't. But it would be very awkward. It'd be a very, very awkward situation. So, but I will absolutely 110% watch you play, my friend. And what I was saying earlier about you when you weren't here is that I know that you are interested in PC gaming. I know you're on the fence, and I know I know that you know there's reasons. But Little Hog, and I'm pretty sure it's still extended to you. Little Hog said you could have his other PC that's in the closet. You might have to hop in the whip and drive a couple hours, but for a free PC and an opportunity to meet the one and only Little Hog, you might have to do it, brother. Just take a day off. Call in sick tomorrow. Shit your pants. Call in sick, and you go. You go drive to Little Hog, man. And when you come back, there's gonna be a lot of us waiting to help you on your journey. This Saturday at 2 p.m., she's taking over my stream playing on PC. Oh, that's cool. And like, is she playing in your place? Is like, when you say taking over, is she like, she's going to be playing during your stream, or she's going to be playing along with you during your, I'm confused. Either way, it's cool to see that, you know, doing that. If it's mom, yeah, I'm not in that category. All right. I've tried, guys. But you know what? I can comfortably say that when Penguin eventually gets into PC gaming, a flicker of this conversation will appear, and he will remember. He will remember who tried pushing him the most. Yeah. I tried. I tried. One of the best moments of Twitch. But yeah, I have no idea what you speak of. Okay, I'll message you later. I thought you were aware. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought you were here. I thought you were here when when the whole thing went down, brother. I'll hit you up later. I'm sorry. My bad. You ain't cool unless you poop your pants. That's right. That was Billy Madison. It was one of the goals for my subathon. She's streaming under the F2E account. She's running the show. Her games, her choices. Oh, I gotcha. That's something that you offered during your stream or whatever. Got it. Okay. That's cool. So based on how many subs you got or whatever during that stream or whatever, then that was one of the goals. Was that a certain number of subs, then you allowed her to take over your stream? That's cool. See, that's incentive. That's incentive to watch the stream. Now, the only thing you need to do free is start streaming at 1080p. Get away from that 720. You need to go back to 1080p. I'm not sure if your computer's having a rough time or what, but find out a way to do 1080p, dude. 720 is rough on the eyeballs. We are in agreement, old man. I'm not in agreement of staying on just console. Okay. You said you were not in that category. I said I'm putting you in the category of people that I'm hoping to convert. May not have been the exact words, but that's what I was going for. Well, at least give me a call or text or fill me in on what the fuck happened. Okay, I will. It will happen. It will happen. Just not today. Ernie P's pants too. I pushed 1440. Not sure why some see 20 and some nobody sees 1440 because unless you've been given the opportunity to stream 1440, it's not for everybody. It's only for select people. You could try. Let me rephrase that. You can try 1440, but once you go past the 8 megabyte cap, if you don't have permission to go above the 8 megabyte cap, they will throttle you down to 720. I think that's what's happening is you're trying to push. Because I assume that if you're doing 1440, you're probably going higher than 8, right? So if you're going higher than 8, they're throttling you down to 720 and probably capping you. Because the last time I watched your stream, dude, and this is probably why I haven't been there in a while, it was 720 being pushed at 3 megabytes, and it was just blocks. I couldn't see anything, man. I couldn't see nothing. I put my bud Ash. My bud Ash sees 1440, and I have the email for permission. Well, you might want to contact them because they're throttling you 100%, brother. How did you get an email? I've been streaming for 5 years consistently, and I signed up for that 3 years ago. How the fuck did you get an email, man? The only thing I could think of is because I'm blackballed. Maybe that's why I'm blackballed. But I signed up. I signed up the day that they talked about it, and they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna give this to everybody later on down the road." It's been like 3 fucking years, man. That's crazy. You might want to follow their directions then, whatever it is. You might have to put on that you might have to click that box in the stream thing where in OBS where it takes your stream and it separates it into several different. You might have to do it that way in order to get it. But the people I'm aware of that have 1440 in 4K, I can watch them no problem at 1440 in 4K. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Either way, that's crazy, man. Remember, a lot of types of Wensleydale cheese, one with cranberry. Ooh, I don't like that. With currants or just plain Wensleydale cheese, you would probably find somewhere. Okay, we'll look for it. I'll let you know if we find it. I'll try it out. We have some specialty shops around here. We have a place called the Cheese Lady, and that's all she does is she just deals with just cheeses from around the world. So I'm sure we can find some there. So I don't know. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Free. I'm sorry. It just reminded me the last time I tried to watch your stream, I couldn't see anything. But anyhow, that would actually make my life a lot easier if they'd finally give me 1440p ability, because then I can cut I encode like 5 different streams on my and that's another reason why NVIDIA is the choice when it comes to streaming, because they have separate silicone that helps with it, and it's not just the stress on the GPU itself. But I have to send 1440p, which is its own stream, to YouTube. I do 1080p to Kick and Twitch, and then I do I have an internal one that I do for clips and for like reels and shit like that. So that's a whole nother, every time you change anything, it's a whole nother stream. So I had to dial things down, and yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass. I couldn't imagine trying to stream on like an AMD or an Intel. I did for a while. Intel just couldn't keep up. On the spot irritates the fuck out of me. So you know what I'm talking about then? Okay. This is what I would do, brother. Just so you know, like for sure, because your buddy Ash could be confused and thinks that he knows what he's talking about. It may not. If I were you, brother, as soon as you start streaming, I would have somebody in the house pull it up on a computer and see if they can get 1440p out of it. Or on their phone. I think you can go up to 1440 on your phone when you're doing a stream, right? Can't you? Either way, just to make sure, because if you find out that no one's seeing 1440, because it doesn't even give me, just so you know, and now that makes more sense to me now. You probably need to enable that ability, because if 1440p wasn't available to me, I should still be able to see 1080p, 720, and 360, right? It doesn't even give me that. It says that when you're streaming, it says that the max is 720, and I think that's actually what it says, like direct or whatever, something like that, to let you know that there's nothing better than that, right? It says direct or whatever it is. So it's weird that like, okay, fine, it doesn't want to let me have 1440p. Okay, fine, whatever. But I should still be able to watch it at 1080, right? It should be everything down to that. And if you're transcoding, I think that's what they call it, is transcoding. It's like a hybrid transcoding thing that you have to do. Twitch automatically sets it up for you, so you don't really have to do any of that. And it transcodes on your device like up to 4, 1080, 720, 360, and 160 or something like that, right? So if you're running 1440, and they gave you permission to do that, then you're probably doing 5. Something along those lines. Enhanced broadcasting. Thank you. There you go. You might have to utilize that if you're not using it already, because it doesn't make sense that only 1 or 2 people will be able to see 1440p, and then everybody else is pushed back to 720. And then again, if you pull up the stats for nerds and you look at like what the bandwidth is, it shows that your stream is coming in at 3.5 megabytes or 3,500, not 8. Which anybody that streams in here, if you're streaming and you have the bandwidth to do it, you should be streaming 1080p to Twitch at 8 megabytes and then set your audio to 160. You'll thank me later. Don't limit yourself to 6. Don't do it. Forza was annoying me. If you tune the car using recommended car tunes, you want to tune it again, lose all your car parts, I might start tuning my cars myself. I don't have any Forza problems because I don't play it. I max out the parts, engines, brakes, etc. Then I tune it myself. Definitely the way to go. There you go. Smokey's got the tip for you, but just the tip. Enhanced broadcasting. Yes, I don't use that. I do not use that because I think most people here, I think all people here watch me at 1080p. I don't think anybody has to dial me down any lower than that. And they do transcoding on the fly. I guarantee nobody's watching 360. Nobody's watching the 160. I don't even know why those are options anymore. They need to get rid of those. They shouldn't even exist. It should be 720 for the minimum, 1080p for mid, 1440p for the high, and everybody should have it. And then for your big streamers, your big names or whatever, allow them to have 4K. But everybody should have 720, 1080, and 1440p with a maximum of, what do you think, 30 megabytes would be, but I don't really won't do that. Or give us AV1 encoding for all platforms. That would be fantastic. It's something that changed recently. I've always pushed 10K or more to Twitch and never had it throttle to 720, and then it had to crash in OBS. So you've had permission to go above the bandwidth for a while then. That's nice. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm jealous. I've been doing this full time for 5 years, and I was one of the first to put in for that, the 1440 and the 4K and the AV1, and I've been overlooked every step of the way. Now I'm leaning more towards because I'm blacklisted. Probably why. But that sucks, man. I've had the capability. I've had everything to do it, and they just won't let me do it. Bummer. Oh well, there's still YouTube. There's still YouTube where I can do what I want. They get removed, but you don't lose them. You can reinstall the tune engine again for free. Oh, there you go. So as you just go back in your stash or some shit like that. I'm playing Halo soon because it was a bit annoying playing Forza tomorrow. Playing Forza tomorrow though. Got it. Okay. All right, Danny. Twitch is bugging out. You know why? Because I'm talking shit about him right now. Here, let's see. Let me pull my stream up on my gaming computer here. You said you're watching me at 6,000p. Okay, so if I go in here, it says source, not direct. It says source. Okay, so whatever your computer is streaming on, that's source, right? So I'm streaming 1080p source. It goes down to 720, 480, 360, and 160. Again, why do we need all those? 720 should be the minimum. That's crazy. So I'm watching myself at 1080p, and then we go down to settings, we go down to advanced, and then we go down to video stats. This says that I am streaming at 1920 by 1080. My download bit rate is at 8,000 or 8 megabytes, and I'm at 60 frames. No problems. So there you go. Anywho, so for your stream is set at 1440, right? Everything, like all your backgrounds and everything's 1440p. Your canvas is 1440p. And then you send 1440p up to Twitch. Do you stream anywhere? Do you multi-stream, or is it just to Twitch? You probably couldn't multi-stream because your canvas and output. Yeah, exactly. That's how I am too. I actually have to downscale to Twitch and to Kick because everything is 1440p, and then it has to, yeah. You might not be able to multi-stream because you're on AMD, aren't you? I don't know if you would be able to. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Like I get absolutely nothing on Kick. I get people from time to time coming in there. I don't get a whole lot there. I never really did get a lot there. It was only a little bit from time to time. I don't think a lot of people are on Kick, and if they're on Kick, they're either for other reasons and not video games. I tried Rumble for a little while. Rumble is a political platform that no matter what you do or what you try, unless you're talking politics, there's just no room for you there. And YouTube's been a place that I've been trying to move to for years, but there's just not enough over there. And it's not, I can't build it big enough. I have to remain here for a while. So I'm trying to do this on, to these three for now. I finally, this bot that I use has access to all three. So it's nice. I can have all chat together. It makes sense. I used to push multi with the old 580. I have 1440 available for canvas, but output is capped at 1080. Yes. I mean, you could probably even, I think OBS will even allow you to do 1440 because I've seen some people try to stream 1440 at 6 megabytes. It's one of the ugliest things you'll ever see. I wouldn't recommend it. Again, 1080p, 6 megabytes isn't even enough for 1080p. That's why I recommend everyone do the 8 megabytes. Just listen, man. Just listen. I think TikTok is good to drive traffic to Twitch, YouTube, but damn, it can be toxic. Yeah, I don't fuck with TikTok. The government has enough of my information. I don't need the Chinese government having my information as well. I'm good. I'm good. I get the same content on everything else because the creators that are on Twitch, they send their shit everywhere else, just like I do. I make things here and then I send them to Facebook and YouTube and yeah, same thing. Does anybody remember Hover? Remember Hover? That was the Twitter. It was really the TikTok for gamers. God, I love that thing. I used to put up so much content there, man. And then one day it was just gone. Just gone. No notice, just gone. I miss it. Next strategy gotta try a bikini stream. Hell, I tried a hot tub stream. Was anybody here? Anybody old enough to remember when I did the hot tubs in the streams? Anybody remember that? It worked a little bit. Canvas should match your monitor resolution, then scale the output to whatever you want people to view. Not necessarily. What I would do is if you are going to stream at anything higher than 1080p, then I would set your canvas at that. I would set your canvas. I would set everything right off the bat just to the higher anyhow. If there's a chance you're going to do that. I say that because like OBS is on a 1080p screen for me, but my canvas and everything is 1440p. Yeah. That way you start with a better resolution first. Instead of trying to like upscale on the fly a lower picture, start with a bigger picture and scale down. Better quality. You get better quality because then it's compressing the instead of trying to, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You push 8K bitrate, make sure you click the button to ignore streaming service recommendations. Yes, that goes without saying. But yes, I'm just assuming if you're streaming and you're on OBS, not Streamlabs desktop or whatever the fuck it is, if you're on OBS, you kind of know your way around it. Never heard of it. Oh my God, you would try to hot tub. I did. It was one of my screens this is back in the PUBG days, because at the time, a lot of the gaming streams were starting to disappear because people were going to basically the OnlyFans channels where the girls were just sitting around in their fucking the bikinis all day. That's where a lot of people were going, and there was hot tub streams, and they were so that was, as a joke, I added a hot tub screen to my stream, and we would do those. It was funny. It's funny as shit. Not the res of your OBS monitor, but the res of the game and content you're running. Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of goes without saying. If you're trying to stream, and play on the same computer, yeah. But yeah, absolutely. I need that hot tub stream. There you go. Ricky James remembers. Ricky James has been with me since the PUBG days. What's going on, Bikini Thong Boy? What's happening, big dog? When all I had was 720 monitors, I still set canvas and streamed to 1080. Yeah, well, I mean, were you gaming on 720? That'd be difficult. That'd be very difficult. Fuck yeah, let's go. Anyhow, I could sit here and talk OBS with you guys all day long because I've been doing this for years, but I've fucked up a lot of things. I built a lot of things. I've done a lot of things with it, and it's just, yeah. Either way, Ricky J's with the resubbing. Let's go. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. When I first started, I had two 32-inch 720 TVs for my screens, gamed and everything on it. Wow. Interesting. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how bad that look? God, I feel bad for you now. Not only gaming at 720, but gaming on a 32-inch screen with 720 resolution. That's crazy, dude. Like the only way I'm on a 27 right now. 27, in my opinion, is the best for 1440p. Okay. If you're going to do anything bigger than a 27, you should be on 4K. So like I couldn't imagine playing on a 32-inch monitor on anything less than 4K. That's nuts, man. That's nuts. How do you see anything? 42 months. That's right, brother. It was horrible. I still had one of the screens as my Discord monitor. I got the timing down. Let's go. Thank you for the biddies. We got ourselves a hype train started. There's still problems on Mix It Up. So I looked at it this morning. I verified that everything was set up properly, and it's still trying to combine certain things. So they're having issues over there still. I might just have to just take everything like fucking local and just not deal with anybody. Anyhow, I tried to get him to play with us, Rick. He told me he'd do it for 20 gifted. Everything else is 1440p at 27 inch. Yes. I run two 24-inch monitors that are 1080p, and they're just for OBS. That's it. I mean, well, my stream PC, that's what they're connected to. I have one that's in portrait mode that handles my chat and then other information I need for streaming. So that one's portrait mode, and then I have landscape over here, and this one is OBS. Unless I'm doing, DaVinci or whatever. Yeah. And then my gaming PC technically goes to two different places, and that's why I keep it capped at 120, is because I have HDMI going into my capture card in my stream PC, and then I have DisplayPort that goes into my monitor. If I try to like max out my monitor, it goes up to 170 frames, and then this is capped at 120. So if I try to run 120 and then 170, I get problems. But if I keep them capped and cloned to 120, no issues. No issue. So I'm leaving a little bit on the table, but I'm not too concerned with it. It's the price I pay to give you guys a great stream. I'm out of biddies. 1440 on 24. You have 4 monitors at 1440 by 27 and one at 720 by 32. Good Lord, man. What do you do with all those monitors? Aren't you worried? Because you're gaming and streaming from the same computer, right? Aren't you worried that it's gonna like bog your shit down? It's crazy. Now let me change both the 1440p base and output. The aspect ratio is 43:18. Will that come across? Yeah, no, you can't stream that way. Don't do that. Unless you've been given permission. Unless you've been given permission, you don't want to try 1440p. Ghost, this is what I would do. Keep your stream at 1080p. Okay. So you can change your canvas to 1440 if that's what you're feeding it from your console. Whatever you're feeding it from your console, probably 1440p. And then you want to make sure you're setting 1080p up to Twitch. But go in there and change the, like he was saying, change the ignore Twitch's bit rate, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You want to check that box, and you want to change your bit rate from 6 megabytes or 6,000. You want to change it to 8,000. So just up your bit rate and keep your picture the same. If you try to run 1440p and you haven't been given permission and you try to push that, it's either going to look like shit or they're going to throttle you or you're just going to have problems. I can't keep up with looking at just 2 PCs. So you need more? Let's go. You guys only wish you could dance like fucking him, right? You could wish you could dance like him, just cutting a rug out there. Hell yeah. Manic, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the hell out of you. I'd go as far as say I love you. There, you got it. There, I said it. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Anybody here that got one of those gifted? Everyone say thank you. If you're one of those 10, those lucky 10. OBS on left, Twitch on left center, game on right center, Discord above, and Spotify performance monitors, some other stuff on the far. Oh, I got you. You need a so instead of like dividing your screen up for whatever you want everything on its own screen. I got you. Okay. Got it. We are older and we are losing our sight. I get that. I had permission. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I did that. You have permission too? You son of a bitch! God damn, dude. How the hell? How are you guys getting this? How are you guys getting permission to do this? Ricky James says hold my craft beer. Let's go. I love you, bro. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. And then he had to put the 69 and make it weird. You know what, though? I wouldn't have it any other way. Weird is good. Good is weird. LFG. Chew to the fucking chew. Yeah. I've had permission for like 6 months. I just haven't messed with it. God damn it, dude. I don't, fucking Free saying the same thing, man. I've been streaming for 5 years. Consistently. Made partner twice. I typically, I know this year's been a little different. I signed up for it. I've actually sent them emails saying that they're full and they'll let me know I'm on the list. I opted into the beta as well. Yeah, I just don't get it, man. I don't know. Unless they're doing some weird fucking raffle. I don't know. I just don't understand. It's weird to me. I've had the capability to do, I bought, just so you guys remember, a couple of years ago, I bought a video card just to do AV1 encoding because I thought they were going to let us have it, and they didn't. So I ended up slapping that in another computer. Like I've been waiting and ready for this. I've been streaming to YouTube or to Twitch, not Twitch, YouTube. I've been streaming to YouTube for what, 2 years solid? 1440p every day. Every day. I multi-stream every day to those two platforms. And I've just been waiting for the day that they would give me the ability to do this so I don't have to keep transcoding all of these different streams. I can get rid of Kick. I can focus on just these two and then everything. Yeah. Oh, and it gets good too. Oh, you know what? I'm telling you right now, I already know what it is. And I said this earlier. I think it's because I'm blackballed because of what I did and the reason why I lost partnership with these guys. They're never going to look at me for any of these beta programs. Oh, well. Oh, well. Freedom Escape with 5. Let's go. You guys want me to lose my voice today, and that's what we're going to do. We're on a mission for me to lose my goddamn voice. Thank you, guys. Thank you all of you. Ricky James, let's see, we got this. Go back. Amanda gave out 10. Ricky's got 5 on it. Free's got 5 on it. Free says, fuck you. I've got another one for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hype Train's at level 5. I thought I had it set up so that whenever time the Hype Train whatever. They just gave us the ability to do that, right? When the Hype Train gets to another level, you can do another thing. Yeah. I had a couple. Either way. Had to finish the train level. There you go. Thank you so much, man. Twitch, I think, denied my comment, but I'm telling you, Twitch has a special chair with your name on it. Probably. I'm going to be the martyr. I'm going to be I'm going to be the face of what not to do to Twitch. Again, I can only be mad at myself. I shoot myself in the foot a lot, but I'm also one that just does things. I just do things. I don't wait for permission. I just fucking do it. I just get it done. You know, if you're not happy with that, then hopefully I can get I'll apologize and hopefully, you'll be, whatever. But like, it's just easier for me to just do things. And most of the time people are like, I didn't want you to do that, but I'm happy you did. So I don't know. I saw an opportunity. I took it and it was the wrong decision, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to live in regret and I'm just going to move forward. At some point, Twitch is either going to fall apart or somebody's going to come along and do a better job than Twitch. And I think YouTube's that channel, but YouTube, they just don't seem to be too interested in doing it right this second. But when they do, I'll be there. That went though, so they didn't like the word I used. Oh, okay. Did you say Nazi? Rick, you just shoot yourself in general, huh? Rick's like, yeah, you guys shit yourself to get out of work. I just shoot myself. Desk pop. I'm going home for the day. Bye. It's a chair with no bottom like Daniel Craig in Casino Royale. There you go. He starts laughing. He's like, I got an itch. To the left. To the left. What a Bond thing to do, dude. Your fucking nuts are getting crushed. You're more than likely going to fucking die in this chair, and you're just going to antagonize the guy that's torturing you. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ricky James, when are you dropping into Rosshawk? Anyone get into War Dogs yet? I'm in the Discord, and it's a bunch of whiny salad tossers. No, I gave up on that too. Every Manic, I'm to the point now where I sign up for everything. I sign up for everything. I get involved in their Discord. I do what I can. I get passed over and I move on. I tried getting into War Dogs. I sent messages. I tried, hey, I'm a smaller channel that's been around for many years. This is the type of game I play. I think I can bring a lot to, your game. I would be more than happy to, to give it a shot. I know that we could probably fill the lobby, trying to check this game out. Nothing. Fucking crickets, dude. Nobody responds to me. Nobody says shit. But I'm going to still send them because at some point somebody's going to do it. Someone's going to listen to me, man. The sad thing is that nowadays, unless you have 1 million fucking viewers, they don't care. No one cares. So how do you make it? How do you make it in streaming now? How do you get your foot in the door? How do you do these things when the companies won't give you an opportunity? I'm asking because I don't have an answer. I've tried everything. Everything. It's tough. Do you actually just shot others to check friendly fire? Not surprised I left that server. 3:30. There you go. War Dogs Alpha is the last week of June for 5,000 players. I just asked whose sack I had to cradle to get a code. Yeah, it's going to be some handpicked people. I know. I jumped in. That's another one I jumped in immediately. Over the last 6 months, even though I haven't been streaming as much and there's been a lot of other things going on in my life, I've been trying to get involved with any and all betas, alphas, whatever in games that I'm interested in, because as far as the landscape goes, there's really nothing coming out this year. So I'd rather be involved in these games that may come out or are going to come out at some point to see what they look like, especially if they'll let me stream them. Because I got nothing else. I think what's the next big game? Gears in August? No, that's October now, isn't it? Gears is in October. What else? What else we have? Anything else coming? Halo, Assassin's Creed. I mean, that's a remake. Who cares? Halo is probably the only game between now and Gears of War I can think of that's coming out that I'm even interested in. Because again, they're not building games for me. They're not building for games like myself. They're building games for the younger generation that don't have the money. Man, now I just sound jaded. This is what happened. I talked for too long. Choo choo. That's right, motherfuckers. Calls it a despot. I like that. One other thing, and I was going to do this and I decided against it for mental health purposes, but did anybody see here? Should I just show you or should I just tell you about it? First of all, let me just see if it's still there. Okay, it's still there. I'm going to show this to you guys. I want to show you something that caught that piqued my interest. It caught my attention. Okay, so let's do this here real quick. Okay, I am inside the NVIDIA app. Okay, this is what I was telling you guys about earlier. For those that are going to be getting into PC gaming at some point, this right here is going to save a lot of headache for you. And this is something that I think that a lot of people wish they would have had back when they first got into PC gaming. What this does is this manages your games and it manages your drivers for NVIDIA video cards. Okay, so down here in drivers, this shows you the driver that's currently there. It'll tell you if there's a new one available. It's right now I'm up to date. Okay, you can go into your settings and you can have this thing automatically. Somewhere in here, it's probably system or some shit like that. Either way, You can have this thing set up, or maybe it's graphics. You can have it set up so that whenever you install a new game, it automatically updates your shit. Okay, and it'll take the game, and based on like your Doom Dark Ages, based on that's not a good Cyberpunk. There you go. Based on what it is and your hardware, it'll automatically optimize and it'll set all your settings accordingly based on what you have. Okay, so this is what I was telling you about earlier, where like you just want to, if you want to go from console to PC and you just want your games to you just want to play it, you don't have to be dealing with it. This right here is what I'm talking about. This will automatically optimize your games so they're ready to play. You don't have to fuck with them. Okay. When I was going through here the other day, because I just go through and I check things from time to time. You see this new game ready driver? This came out on the 16th, so 2 days ago. Okay, this driver came out. I'm going to show you something here, and I want you to see if you tell me if you see it. Okay, this driver brought new enhancements and new things for games. Okay, just tell me if you see. Did you see it? Did you see it? Did anybody see it? It looks good, but I don't know. Show us 3 inches is fine. Penguin got the notepad out. It's this simple. AMD will change in game settings too. Not sure if NVIDIA does. What do you mean by in-game settings? It sounds like AMD does what NVIDIA does. Thank you for your gift that I usually watch on YouTube, so sometimes I lose track of when my subscription runs. No big deal. It's all good. Get an open screenshots. Thanks for the sub. There you go. No one saw it? No one saw it? Okay, let's go back. You see this? Reaper Actual. You guys remember that? You guys remember Reaper Actual? Number one, I said it was dead. Okay. I said it was dead. It's a scam. Something's going on. They abandoned them way back in December. They abandoned their Discord. They don't talk to people anymore. Okay. So I saw this the other day because I downloaded this because I wanted to play the Impulse game, which I still have not played this game. So I don't know if it's any good or not. But I downloaded it because I wanted to play Impulse, and basically this whole update was for this game here. But it added some things for Squad, and it added some things for Zenless Zone Zero, which I think is some Asian game or whatever. But look at this. Reaper Actual. It added something in here for Reaper Actual. So if you go and read it, it says it added a couple things in there for you. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I go to Steam I go download the game, and it's all the same. It's the same build and everything. So I don't understand like what's going on. I go to Steam and I start reading, and yes, there's a lot of negatives there. But in the last 2 weeks, people are giving it positive reviews and saying that they're back and that they're making the game and it's coming together. And I don't know if these are bots. I don't know if these are the actual developers, making these bullshit, but that is strange, is it not? A game that pretty much we just kind of kicked to the curb as a scam, like the day before or the day after or whatever, is back in some type of capacity to the point where NVIDIA is adding resources for their game. That's wild, man. I don't know. Were they paid to do that? Because you don't typically see this for indie games or small developer games, right? I mean, sometimes you do. What the hell, man? I didn't see shit. I need to set it to auto optimize my games. I do it manually, but sometimes forget. I'm a power user, so I like to fine tune mine, and I'll go through benchmark and everything. I'll make sure I don't leave any FPS on the table, nothing. But again, for the people that just want simplicity, that's perfect for them. They may lose a couple frames. They may not be able to run their game at where the optimal, but they can actually optimize it so that it'll run regardless. And I like that. And they're pretty good. They're the way NVIDIA does it, it's pretty close. Now I take things a little further, and I utilize DLSS and frame generation in certain games to get the extra quality pop. But for the most part, they do a fantastic job. And I don't think people coming from consoles will notice any difference because they're already going to be noticing such a huge difference coming from console. But either way, I don't know. Reaper Actual, 0 viewers on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, it's not many people are playing it. some of the reviews that I saw when I was on Steam was like, oh, I went in and, I spent, a half hour there and I had a good time, and I didn't see anybody else, but I can see where this is going to be a good game. Again, I went back into the game. I fired it up. I checked it out. It's the same build. It's the same. It's a big world, but you're confined to the airport area, and that's it. There's nothing else there. So it seems to run a little bit better, but that could also be because I'm on a different hard drive or a different video card than it was on before, and I don't know. I don't know, but I saw that and I was like, I got to bring this to your guys' attention. That is absolutely wild. It doesn't say in here what it does, but if you go and read, learn more, here we go. Yeah, absolutely Nation game. Right here. Reaper Actual available now. Play with DLSS 4.5 via the NVIDIA app. The funny thing is, this is the same fucking video from a year ago. Everything in here is pretty much the same. There's nothing. It says it recently launched into early access, but technically it went into early access back in October, November, somewhere in there, late October, early November, and then it just fizzled out. So I don't know. Can accelerate performance thanks to inclusion of. Oh, so they added DLSS 4. Okay, that's probably why it runs better. Because this is a game, because it's in early access and it's not optimized at all. You absolutely have to use DLSS and you have to use frame generation to play the game. So yeah, crazy, just absolutely crazy to me. It says recommended is Ryzen 7 CPU to run. Probably, yeah, probably. Yeah, it's right now. It's just not optimized. That's we probably was like kind of the same thing for Gray Zone when it first came out, because they hadn't optimized it just yet. I mean, they were still kind of getting the train moving, and you had to be playing on something big. You had to be on a bigger card, because if it just wouldn't look right, it just looked terrible. That has since changed. I think it would change with this too, but I don't know. I still think it's a scam. I still think it's never going to release totally. So I don't know. Either way. Reaper Actual. Insane. AMD will change some of the settings in the game. AMD will change some of the settings in the game menu, not just the GPU settings. I'm pretty sure it does the exact same thing. What are you referring to? Like resolution? Like it doesn't go through and is like, okay, well, he wants to play on the hardest difficulty, right? He doesn't change that. It just changes things that it will do with graphics. Obviously, well, you have to be displaying graphics, because there isn't anything else they would change, right? All conversation stopped. We're on a roll, people. We're on a roll. All right, I'm gonna leave this up running real quick. I gotta go hit the restroom. I gotta grab more water if we're gonna continue this party. So I'll let conversation catch up. I will be back in just a second. All right, I am back. Got several messages, which took me a little bit longer. Daughter will be home in probably an hour. Yay! It's been days. It'll change things like texture settings and shadows and stuff. Yeah, it does that. Yeah, it does all that. Same. It must be pretty much the same technology. Mecha Chameleon, $5 game. They sold 3 million copies in a few weeks, which doesn't make much sense because of the check Steam DB. That the peak players at one time was 200,000. How do you sell 3 million copies but only? It was $5. So there's probably a lot of people that bought it, played it, didn't care for it, but didn't want to return it, or get their money back, or it's concurrent. So it could be 200,000 at all times, or the peak players. I don't know, and they just rotate shifts. I don't know. But for $5, I don't know. I'm not complaining too much if I play the game for a couple hours. I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of bored with it, and I just move on. My Steam account is full of games like that. Actually, both of my Steam accounts are like that. So, have you played Hell Let Loose Vietnam? I have not. Well, I'll take that back. I did, and I sat at a loading screen for 20 minutes. And then I tried it again later that day while I wasn't streaming, and I sat at a screen for 20 minutes. I never ever got into the game. So I didn't get a chance to play it, unfortunately. But I'm glad I didn't, because everything I heard, and then the fact that they pushed it back by 2 months, tells me that the game was not ready for prime time. It was probably more hassle than it was fun. I'm dry, boss. Was it on any other platform? No, PC only? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Steam's DB, so I mean, if they sold it on Epic or EA, which I don't think EA or Ubisoft, they only deal with their own shit. Epic kind of does a little bit of everything. I think Epic is the only other storefront that sells other people's games. Like EA only sells and deals with their own, right? And Ubisoft only deals with their own, and Rockstar only does their own. Good Old Games does everything. I know there's more launchers than that, but either way, those are the big ones. So I mean, it could be a game that's available on Epic, and those numbers aren't in there either. So, but why people would want to play games on Epic if it was anything other than Fortnite, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll tell you this much. As far as games I have right now that I'm actually interested in playing, let's see if I can open up Steam real quick. Yeah. I don't know what the future holds, but we'll end the day like this. All the fun games I was excited for this year have either come and gone or they've been pushed back even further, or they just ended up being duds. My game of the year so far and currently is, and probably will be until the end of the year unless something else comes out, is 007 First Light. Fantastic game, great story, great gameplay. Not really many complaints except for the tax sim mode that could have been better that wasn't. Hopefully they change that or whatever. But there's really nothing else to do in the game. I've already completed pretty much everything, and there's no incentive to mop up any of the challenges and blah blah blah. So that game I'm kind of pretty much done with. Had my fun with it. Gray Zone, same thing. Like Gray Zone's great. I love the game. I think this time around they fucked up the missions. They had a great idea, but it wasn't implemented properly. So I'm kind of getting burned out there. There's really nothing else for me to do. I've done everything, and they're not giving me any newer missions. So like, kind of getting burned out over there as well. Hitman's always a great time. I always come back to that from time to time. It sounds like this Monday. It's such a weird fucking time, but I'm gonna try to jump in with Free and whoever else and try this NDA game. I say that because I don't want to say what it is. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I'm also part of it now too, but it is under an NDA. I'll just say it's a BR. I'll try that out with them and see what's going on. But again, it's weird. The servers are only open for like 4 hours on Monday, and it's a weird hour. It's like 8 o'clock at night. So you can play from 8 o'clock to midnight on a Monday. Like Friday, Saturday night, I'm with you. Monday night, come on, dude. I already had a shitty day because it's Monday. I don't want to keep myself up even later. I want the day to be over. I'm going to bed. SteamDB is a good trend watcher and stats watcher. Absolutely. Especially since PlayStation and Xbox don't give out their numbers. That's why a lot of these things stem from Steam's database. And then you'll see that, in Reddit and Facebook or whatever else, you'll see all the that's not console, man. Give me the Xbox numbers. And we can't, because they won't give us the Xbox. We can only base everything off what Steam does, because Steam are leaders. Steam is a leader in the industry. It really is. Probably the leader. I use Epic for free games. Besides that, I barely use it. You know what? I can't even tell you the last time I fired up a free game from Epic. Let's see what's on there right now. I always forget about them, and then I'm like, oh yeah, there's a free game. So then I go get it. I'm like, oh, I never heard of this one. And I just add it to my library. My library is like 99% games I'll never play. But I have them. Got me a library, baby. Let's see. Free game, Citizen Sleeper. I already own that on like 3 other platforms. And Robo Beat, Shoot to the Rhythm. I feel like a lot of games have tried that. There was a metal game, Metal Gunslinger, I think is what it was. It was like Doom, but you had to shoot things to the beat of the music. It was weird. It was very strange. There was another game that came out that was like that too. It was like a Guitar Hero punk game. I don't remember the name of it now. It was very cartoony. Mainly Steam. One complaint, didn't get to see enough of 007 shirtless. Is that a complaint? Is that a complaint? This kid, I get it. He's a very skinny kid. He's very skinny. We had a really skinny 007 this time around, which is fine. But I mean, it's kind of hard because Daniel Craig was just big, man. He was just a big dude. He's probably this new kid, this Patrick Gibson. He's probably the smallest, skinniest. I can't say smallest because he is pretty tall. I think he's the skinniest of all the Bonds. Lazenby was pretty skinny too, I think. I don't know. Either way, it's different. I'll say you probably won't like it. Just my opinion. Maybe we start a Counter-Strike team and go roll some sweats. I can't. This guy over here, he's like, oh, you've been sober 10 years? Here, let me buy you a beer, dude. I can't play Counter-Strike. I can't. Jokes aside, absolute perfect 007. I agree, 100%. We had a lot of naysayers that didn't play the game, but always very opinionated on things, but they didn't have any hands-on, experience with the things that they're opinionated on. I heard a lot of it. It wasn't just in here. I heard it a lot of places, but they're trying to say it was just Hitman copy and paste. It's not. If you've ever played Hitman, then you immediately be like, what? No. There were some similarities because obviously it's the studio that did Hitman. There's some similarities there, but not even close. Not even close. Battlefield 6. I don't know why I still have this on my computer. I think at one point I was going to go back and play the solo BR, but then it was only for a weekend during labs or something like that, and then I missed it, and I just kind of passed it. And I think they released it again recently, but it's only a seasonal or a limited time mode, and I don't know. Battlefield, you had your chance 9 months ago, 10 months ago, whatever it is. You're done now. You're done. I played Counter-Strike in 2002. So did I. Not playing it looked very Hitman-esque. Are you just saying that to say that? I'm not gonna call you names or anything. I'm just gonna say you're missing out on a really good game, a really, really good game. It was absolutely worth the money. People complain that they don't get enough money out of their games, and that they want to buy, they want to buy these $40 games, and they don't want to buy, they don't want to spend $100, $700, or $70 to $100 on a game that they're only gonna, get 10, 15 hours with. I put 40 hours into that game, and there's still more. There's still more things to do. There isn't any incentive to do them. But it's a fantastic game. Same thing with Indiana Jones. A lot of people were against that game because it wasn't in third person. Because like the other games were in third person. People said kind of the same thing about this game, the 007. They're like, well, if it doesn't look and play like GoldenEye from 30 fucking years ago, then I don't want to play it. It's no James Bond to me. Well, it sucks that you feel that way. You do realize there's a lot of games in between. It's just not GoldenEye. But like you're missing out on a really good experience, man. Indiana Jones and 007 were like some of my favorite games from the last couple of years. They were both done extremely well, and they were a lot of fun. But I don't know. Your money's not mine to spend, so do it your way. Free, he said he didn't want to call you names, but I will. There you go. I'll probably buy and play, but just from a viewer standpoint, it looked a lot like I was watching a reskin Hitman. Oh, I gotcha. Interesting. Did I play Elden Ring? Dude, I can't do Souls games. I can't. For the same reason I can't play Counter-Strike. You and several others said it played different, and that's good, but straight looks. I got you. I've gone back since then. I've gone back and I played a lot of Hitman. Hitman always looked good and always looked fantastic. Probably one of the best games that looked on console. And it looks amazing on PC as well. But dude, 007 put Hitman to shame. It really did in the graphics department. It just looks so amazing. So amazing. I'll say this, the one weird thing, and I get where they're going with it, but Hitman, you could use your gun whenever you wanted to. You can't do that in 007. You can only use your gun when you get the license to kill. Now, I still think it would have been nice to have a suppressed gun, because why else would you have a suppressed weapon? And use it to take down cameras and certain things. But if you didn't have the license to kill and you killed somebody with a gun, you failed it immediately. That probably would have been a better approach. But it's so weird that you have these guns, but you can't use them until specific times they tell you to use them in game. Makes you rely on that watch a lot more. But I invite you to play them. Have you ever played Hitman? If you've only watched Hitman and never really played it, I see where the similarities could be there. I kind of see that. Free Epic game Fall Guys. That can work your brain and fingers. Well, what did Counter-Strike do to you? Counter-Strike showed me who I was. It raised me to Olympian heights, and then it humbled me. Epic was probably, or Counter-Strike was the pinnacle of professional gaming for me. But those were different times. We weren't called pro gamers. We were sweats. I can definitely understand somebody preferring the GoldenEye gameplay, but if they won't even try the game because it's third person alone, seems closed-minded. Yeah, I mean, the GoldenEye thing was cool, and I think what most people remember from that was the couch co-op. Was that you playing and shooting your buddies on one console with 4 controllers, and I mean, if you talk about anything other than the original level, the first level, you lose most people, because that's what most people remember is the first level of the game, and then the multiplayer. That's pretty much it. Problem with that is that there wasn't a lot of sneaking around. Like, go back and play the game. It was right from the very beginning. It was just shoot everything you see. It was a first-person shooter that had the 007 name slapped on it, really. But if you watch the movies and you read the books or whatever, if you know who 007 is, that's not how it plays out. He gets into places. He does a good job schmoozing his way through, and he gets where he needs to be, and he just looks like he belongs there. And then when the shit hits the fan, it's his fault usually when the shit hits the fan, but that's when the guns come out, right? So GoldenEye wasn't really a good reflection of Bond, but at the time games were very limited to what they could do, so it's not like they had the capability to build a game that was more stealth than first person shooter back then. So I'm just saying, like, we've come a long ways in 30 years. And for me, the best until this game, the best game was one of the last ones that they made, which was Bloodstone. Bloodstone was amazing. It was his own story. It had Daniel Craig in it. The game played great. It was a third person. The set pieces were great. It just, everything was amazing about it. That up until now, that was my favorite Bond game. But not everybody played it. Not like they did GoldenEye. The free games are great. Played Hitman a bit, not the newest. Counter-Strike made him a bad person. It did. Oh yeah, there was a lot of humbleness in Elden Ring, but once you figure out move sets, it's fun. It's just the whole nature of that type of game. It's very frustrating. You got to learn the patterns, and which I'm okay with that kind of stuff, but those the Dark Soul games, those are the games where, and I know this is not true, but mentally I feel like I'm being cheated. Those are the games where I feel like I'm hitting that button when you want me to fucking hit that button, and fuck you, you know? It's one of those things. It's a very frustrating game, and for a guy that doesn't have much patience for those types of things, I'd rather play other things. I'd rather be frustrated with a guy that keeps killing me over and over in an arena shooter than to be frustrated with a boss that keeps killing me, even though I know I'm doing it right. I just don't like those games. I can't. My kids do. My kids they have the patience. I love Counter-Strike. Don't ever get me wrong. I love that Counter-Strike will probably be my favorite game of all time, ever, 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 ever. It was something that hadn't been done before. It inspired developers and gamers, and I mean, it changed. It really changed. Counter-Strike changed the landscape of gaming. It really did. I mean, that was the game. There very rarely did you hear about tournaments, but when you did, it was Counter-Strike. People would drive hours to go to a convention or a Counter-Strike LAN party. I mean, it was huge. It was huge. And I played, and I devoted my life to that game. And I had kids at the time, and it wasn't a good thing. So I had to give it up. I just, like, you know, some people have to give up alcohol or tobacco. You know what I'm saying? It was one of those things. You can't pick it back up from time to time and try it again. Otherwise, you're right back in there, right? 10 years of sobriety, you drink another beer, you start all over again, right? You can't just go back and have a beer from time to time. You are either sober or you are not. It's kind of the same thing for me. I can never go back to Counter-Strike because I swore it off. I will never do it again. PUBG, PUBG, I didn't have problems. I can go back and play PUBG whenever I want. I just don't really care. Counter-Strike is a game that I cannot play again, ever again, ever again. And it started as a mod for Half-Life. Absolutely. Yeah. And so, you know, the guy that actually created that mod, he came out with a game recently that I bought, and because I wanted to support this guy. It was one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. So same thing with Brendan Green. Brendan Green is the one that gave us PUBG. And he tried some other things, and the current game that he's making, it sounds like they're getting shut down as well. So, I mean, you don't always strike lightning twice, but when you do, you wanna, yeah. You want to ride that fucker out as long as you can. But Brendan Green, that poor guy, he made PUBG. He built it, his own sweat and blood, and then he was shipped off. He was shipped off with a studio nobody wanted to go create a game that nobody's ever going to play because Kraft didn't want to deal with him anymore. He was too vocal in the boardroom, and they're like, "Guess what, bro? We bought this idea from you. We know it's your baby and whatnot, but we're adopting it. We're taking it from you. Peace. You're out of here, dude." Poor Brendan. But you know what? It doesn't matter. He's always going to be known as Player Unknown. I'll never forget the tank guy from Hell Let Loose. Indeed. I was trying to call out the one individual called Fall Guys. That game is such a stupid fun party game. Oh, I know what Fall Guys. I know what it is. I think I played it. I played similar party games. Jackbox. There's a game on Jackbox that's very similar to that. Yeah, I know what it is. It's okay. Okay. Not bad. That's funny. All right, I need to install these free Epic games I'm never going to play again. What were they again? Okay, so Citizen Sleeper. I mean, this game's been out for a minute. I think I've played on everything. I think it's even on Game Pass, isn't it? Get. You got to get. Oh, shit. Add to library. Fall Guys group party one night. I'm playing through Surrounded again, fresh save. Hopefully he gets back on the update soon. I know. I was so excited. It's been almost a year, I think. Wasn't it like August or September of last year? All right, let's back this out. And then the second one is Robo Beat. Oh, this is like a really dumbed down version of that Metal Gunslinger game. We'll throw it in the old library, and there it'll rot for all eternity. Okay, get rid of that. I was just glad you enjoyed it and played it. Yes, me too. Me as well. Yes. It was a really good game. It was a really fun game. Dead Disco is the new fighting dance revolution type. Oh my god! See, I mean, I'm all for trying out new things. I'm all for, you know, like trying to, like, I don't know, try to schmoosh some types of different genres and things together that, you know, see what happens and whatnot. But I don't know. Sometimes I think like, why? Who are, you know, at some point when you're creating the game, you got to think like, okay, who am I going to sell this to, right? Because you don't want to just make a product that's going to sit there and no one's going to use. Who are they thinking is going to play that game? Who am I building this for? Who's going to want to play this? You know? Coworker informed me there is a public alpha footage of State of Decay 3. Yes. 30 minutes of gameplay or something like that. Just, I don't know if it was leaked or if they just put it out there. I don't know. It might be less than, maybe it's 10 or 15 minutes. But yes, I saw that earlier today as well. I have not personally watched it, but it is out there. Yes, I probably should have led with that, huh? But going forward, guys, we're as we fine tune this, there's gonna be more things going on. We'll try to have a little more incentive for you guys to stick around and listen to me talk all day. And we'll do our news a little bit better as well. But I like this again. We've held 15 plus people steady all afternoon since I've been streaming for 4 hours. Again, if I would have talked for 15 minutes and I fired up Gray Zone, we would have been down to 7. I'd rather talk to you guys anyhow. I enjoy this. I really do. I just got to get some more things going on here. So I'm going to continue working on this. We probably won't see anything different tomorrow if I stream tomorrow because the wife's got the day off. You know how that goes. But if I can get through it over the weekend, Monday, we might see some newer, some differences, and I'll try to make things cool for you guys. Fun. We'll put some fun things out there for the ADD boys. All right. I got to go. My daughter is on her way home. 3 o'clock. So yes. Thank you guys for being here. 4 hours flew right by. I only took one break, and that was basically just because I ran out of water. So I'll let you guys know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. The only reason I wouldn't stream is if the wife wants to do something tomorrow, which she probably does because it's going to be a nice day. And so I may not stream. And if I do, it might be just for a little bit. I don't know. We'll let you know. But yeah. Again, I play solo games. I play solo at night. I play games. I should say I play games solo at night. So if you see me on, send me an invite. Peak, if you're still here, I'll see you in a little bit. I think he's gonna be streaming some PUBG with some of our other patrons and not. All right, guys, I'm out. I gotta go. I'm rambling on. Peace out. Bye.